Hello and welcome everybody to Mortdog Madness Neon Nights Day 2. That's the finals day here for you all. I'm Casanova, joined by Riley, Mortdog, and ImpetuousPanda, here to bring you this bout between NA and EU. But I want to get some initial thoughts, initial takes from my panel before we get started. So Riley, thoughts on this NA-EU fight we got coming up right in just a second?
This is gonna be good. Yesterday was an absolutely insane set of games. Saw some crazy, unique builds get pulled out. You know, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be any different today. It's gonna be a great time.
Yeah, I got to admit, to be honest, it went better than I'd ever hoped yesterday. Like, there were a lot of crazy builds. I think the meta was not as stale as maybe some people were predicting. We saw some stuff, but overall there was a lot of craziness. Cho'Gath jumping around, Quins, like a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to day 2 and seeing how these two teams battle it out.
Yeah, the for fun aspect of the patch definitely delivered. The rivalry definitely delivered. It was extremely close between EU and NA. I think it was a 4-point difference in the end, adding up all the different points for all 8 teams. With EU, slightly ahead. I think you have to make a note of that. And I think they are slightly favored going into today, so I'm very happy to start this day off.
All right, well, before we jump into it, I'm going to go ahead and break down that format to remind people what we're doing here, and for anybody who's new so they know what's going on. We started out with 8 teams yesterday, 4 players each, 4 NA teams, 4 EU teams. They played 5 games. Everyone played each other once. All the NA teams played all the EU teams once at least, and the top 2 teams advanced here to day 2. We went from 8 teams down to 2. We've got 1 lobby left. It is North America versus Europe. All those points are reset, so that 4-point gap does not matter whatsoever. We're just playing 5 games today to decide who is the winner. Let's take a look at what they are playing for. The prize pool was $10,000. Day 1, we gave away 4,000 of it as bounties for winners in each lobby. On day 2, there's 6,000 more to give away, and that bounty has been increased to $500. That's for first place in each of the lobbies. The additional cash prizes, though, there is first place taking home $2,500 and second place taking home $1,000. But we know the prize. We know what we're doing. Let's take a look at the teams that qualified for day 2. Riley, take us away with the North American team.
Yup, over in the North American corner, we've got Team God with Goobum, Sox, K3 Soju, and Prestevent. Like I said yesterday, God truly transcends this mortal plane. He was actually the highest scoring North American player yesterday for average placement. And this team isn't quite who we expected to come in and represent North America today. This team has been pretty visibly on vacation and just kind of taking things easy, but end of the day, they're here. They were the ones who showed up yesterday, and they're here to kick butt for NA. But over for the EU side, Panda, who do we got?
We ended up getting the Aegis Gang team coming in with Unid as the captain. Magarki, Potable, and Ketzer. It was quite close. I think the German team from Sologazang and the other French team from 61 also did a great job yesterday. But in the end, the point leader for all 8 teams was this French team. I think they were quite dominant all throughout their game, especially Potable as a player. He was the most impressive player on this team with Unid very closely behind. But overall, it was quite close between these 2 teams. Only 4 points separated them in the end, 108 to 104. And I expect a similar thing happening here today. Very, very close games and just really high-level play from both of these teams.
Very excited to see God versus Aegis going head-to-head here. But in day 1, we also had the madness of Mortdog Madness heavily represented. There were a lot of very cool compositions. But we have a graphic here that has kind of the most popular ones for NA and EU over the course of day 1. More, I'd love for you to break this down for me.
Yeah, I think the one that everyone was kind of expecting was Innovator Flex. With the egg, you have access to that emblem, which makes hitting the dragon a little easier, and then you can play a bunch of carries inside of it. You can play Sivir, you can play Jhin, you can play Draven, you can play Jinx, so a lot of different ways to play that comp. What I think we weren't expecting, though, was there were not that many enchanters, and instead people were kind of falling back to what they were comfortable with the Striker Sivir, the Jinx carry. We saw some uniqueness with the Sniper Flex, being able to play that with unique carries. And then that endgame Kai'Sa, being able to carry. Kai'Sa continues to be sort of that best endgame carry. But yeah, this shows some of the comps that were played, but really doesn't highlight some of the weirdness we also saw. We saw a Quinn carry win the game, which I think was incredible. We saw some Cho'Gath jumping around. We saw lots of other cool stuff. So overall, it's been a really fun kind of meta so far.
Yeah, it has been a ton of fun watching all of these different comps, and I just wanted to quickly throw it over to Riley. Is there anything that you saw that you didn't expect to see, or anything that you expected to see but didn't show up in day number 1?
I feel like it was almost expected there was going to be some flexing around these 4-cost carries, a little bit more standard play. Yeah, it's a for fun patch, but that doesn't mean it's completely for fun. Players are still going to kind of fall back sometimes into what they're comfortable with, and we saw that with the diversity of the 4-cost carries, both on the AD and AP side. Jhin, Draven, Sivir, Ahri, Renata, all seeing play and all seeing varying degrees of success. But over on the other side of stuff we didn't expect, yeah, we did expect there to be some craziness because of the eggs, because of the extra tomes, because of every new option all these new mechanics open up. I don't think anyone expected the exact brand of craziness we saw. 8 challengers with gold reserves and a mercenary emblem on a Jinx. The 7 Debonair, 7 Mutant, which ended up going 4th, 5 Innovator, 5 Mutant. We expected the madness. I don't think any of us expected exactly how this madness turned out.
Yeah, and I know, Panda, you had some specific fun facts about some of the compositions and the stats that we had yesterday. I'd love for you to share those with the class now.
Mortdog talked about the diversity and kind of the balance in this for fun patch, and it showed yesterday. Weirdly enough, in looking at the final boards for all the different lobbies, all the different teams, we saw every single champion in the game represented at least once, except for Veigar. There was no 6 Yodel game as far as I know. And we also saw every single champion make top 4 at least once, except for Gangplank and Corki. So I'm hoping sometime today we have like a prismatic sharpshooter opening for some player, twin shot hard, and someone goes into like 5 twin shot, so that ends up being a reality and we have every single champion in the top 4 at least once in this tournament. I think that would really show how successful this patch was in terms of diversity at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, more with 12.9, was this the idea? Just the craziness, the madness that have come out? Have you been happy with what you're seeing? Disappointed? Want to see more?
No, I think this was actually exactly the idea, right? I think we're coming at the end of the set and people are sort of, ready. They've seen all the combinations. So it was one last hurrah to kind of mix it up, keep it interesting before we head into Dragonlands. And yeah, looking at those stats, I mean, I have to look at it as a success. I'll also say, you mentioned no Corki and Gangplank, but I think we saw a lot of Yordles and a lot of Mercenary. So I could live with those results, So yeah, overall, but this was definitely the idea. Final month as we go in. We've got PBE in like 2 weeks for those who like that. And so, yeah, hopefully this has made everyone sort of enjoy the end of Neon Nights.
Yeah, and Panda, I want to take it back to you for a second here, because EU is talking a lot of trash on NA about the fact that they're going to abuse the greedy style. We did see exactly that kind of happening with NA playing that greedy style, a lot more mercenaries, a lot more econ, just trying to go fast 9, get those late games, and EU playing more aggressive. Do you feel like that's going to play out and we're going to see EU take it with Aegis playing very aggressive and players like Goobums, known for going fast 9, trying to do that same kind of style?
I think it could, especially because today you can be more targeted with your strategy. It's the same players in every single lobby. The players have been thinking maybe all throughout this last night what the best strategy is, how they can prepare for specifically these 4 players they're facing off against. Yesterday, you were switching every game, from games 1 to 4 was round robin. So it's a bit more up in the air in terms of what playstyles and what strategies you expect from the team as a whole. Whereas today, it's much more, catered to the individual in terms of, oh, we know these players like playing these comps, they like playing this style, and we can try and find a weakness in that. So this format's already very unique with the 4v4, but today I think even more so will be TFT, not just the comps and the units, but also the strategy. The overarching strategy will be very interesting to analyze.
All right, and Riley, this is a 4v4 format. This is something very different than normal TFT that we see. We saw a lot of interesting strategies that were brought up from these teams on day 1. What are some of those things that we saw, and what are some more maybe things that you expect to see out of this specific 4v4 game mode today?
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday how some of these players within teams, once it hits top 4 and once you're getting into like a 1v3 situation, the team with those multiple players left, they can figure out who's who is going to have the best chance of beating that final player on the other team. We saw some teams kind of like in their boards to take the fourth, take the third, to set up a different player on their team to take out that final player on the opponent's team. So cool, really cool strategies like that come out of the 4v4 format. We'll probably see some more of those exact strategies, some more maybe mercenary cashing out of people on your team. It's 4v4. It's a completely different format, and that promoting all these strategies has been super cool to see.
Yeah, it was really fun. We saw the mercenary cash out. We saw like Soju taking the future sight and then trying to reduce board strength specifically against their teammates. We saw a lot more of those crazy strategies, and I've been trying to scout some of the players today to see if there's any more madness, any more craziness. And I think while we didn't see 3 Colossus yesterday, we might see a Colossus rear its head for the side of PP God with some Assassin Galio potentially, as it was being played earlier. I mean, I'm hoping to see it more. If you have a wish list, the one thing you want to see today, just a composition that you would be excited to see. I know that's a difficult question, but I'm gonna toss it to you. Do you have a comp you'd want to see?
7 Merc would be my number 1. So.
7 Merc. I'd love to see it. All right, with that, we're gonna jump into game number 1 of day 2 of Mortdog Madness. Panda, take it away.
And Casanova, we're gonna get right into the action, and it looks like this might just be a spatula start. What other way to start game 1 of this day 2, Mortdog?
Not only is it a spatula start, but it is the biggest egg start. So this definitely feels like a bit of a Mortdog start for sure. These players just got Mortdogged pretty hard.
So the last thing remaining would be for the first augment to be prismatic. Is that correct, Mortdog?
Yes.
Did you push all the buttons?
Triple prismatic game, pull all the slots.
Oh no, it's happening.
Man,
the caster blessing or caster curse, depending what viewers like to see, is happening here. We're gonna see what the augment looks like after this first PvE round. But Gubam's on the screen, a player that I want to just mention. Wasn't the point leader for his team yesterday. It was Prestivan with 31 points accumulated, but he actually managed to get 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and 1/8 with the Misfortune Golden Reserves game that we actually casted that brought him down quite a bit. So he's actually was in really good form yesterday, except for that one game. But it looks like it will be a silver start this time. We didn't full send yet. I think maybe we'll save that for game 5.
Yeah, not yet. The one thing to note here is he does have 2 out of the 3 mercenary pieces and tiny titans, which does give him that option to try to chase the level 4 pre-level, maybe get it out of a small orb, and if he can get that 135 health Merc at 2-1 start, that would be a great way to start the tournament. But it is a very risky play, not having the Misfortune or the Gangplank, and so instead decides to go with Makeshift Armor, a much more safe standard play that should hopefully get his team the victory. So.
And one quick thing to note for the viewers to just make sure they're all aware, when exactly will this egg end up hatching with 26 different rounds on it?
Yeah, so this is the biggest egg, biggest dragon egg, and so we thought it thematic that it would hatch at the dragon. So this will not hatch all the way until 5-6, but when it does, they're going to get 2 radiant items on top of the tome. So it's a very big power spike. But as we saw yesterday, a lot of players might not even make it to that point, right? You might have 3, 4, 5 players dead by the time that egg hatches. So in a way, this kind of plays out like a normal game with, frankly, just 1 less bench slot that's kind of taking up that big egg if you can get there. But this is also the kind of game where if you can make it that far, getting those radiant items on like a Jinx, a Kaisa, a Galio can make for some of the highest potential carries you've ever seen.
We're seeing here a 3 Innovator Blitz start here. Zeke's already slammed onto the Ezreal here, and we have a possibility for Darius as well, but that was sold, it looks like, in the end. I want to ask you more, Doug, with the start for Spatula, starting things off, with the added element of, this crazy for fun patch, is there anything that you specifically try and aim for with the Spatula start in this case now?
Yeah, the Spatula is interesting. I think based on the mutant variation, there's a lot of mutant variations that you can play, get that craftable mutant emblem. Debonair getting buffed is another one that can lead to some pretty cool outcomes. But the other thing you can also do is you can also Lost Streak and hope for a Spatula off Carousel to get an early Tactician's Crown, which can be really good, which is one of the reasons why I kind of stay away from the Innovator version of this comp, because the Innovator version can't really use the Spatula very well. There's nothing that and it's really strong in the early game, meaning if there is a Spatula on the Carousel, you're not going to be able to get it. So right now, I think looking at like Goobums, Potable, Magarki as those people that can possibly get that like 10% spatula off Carousel could turn that into a very strong end.
Overall, a very strong start for Unid, though. I mean, finds the early Echo, has a Singe too, which may be the most important 2-star in this comp. At least starting things off, the extra health on the front line is incredibly important. Unfortunately, though, the Talon from Sox is right onto the Ezreal, the main damage dealer in this comp right now. The Caitlyn just making sure that Ezreal dies even more so, gets a shot there. And it looks like it might still be enough. It's going to be a close one here in the end. Cassidy 2 with Ionic Spark is going to be pretty strong in the early game. And yeah, that's going to be it. So Sox, despite Unid looking so strong, is able to win this first fight.
Yeah, Caitlyn 2 this early is very, very good. The Caitlyn 2 gets enough damage on her ult to make sure that she can basically kill whatever she ults. And as you saw, that was 2 different Caitlyn ults that fight. Taking out 2 units in a 4-unit fight turns out is quite good. And so I think Sox having that sort of premier Caitlyn in the stage 2, now obviously it does fall off later, but that's such a great unit to have at this point in the game.
Almost had the perfect stage 2 board with Caitlyn, with Talon, and with Cassidy 2-star already. I mean, that's almost like the units that if you think in a vacuum, what units do I want on my board? They're all individually very, very strong, especially at killing units. Maybe not winning every single round, but at least keeping you extremely healthy going into stage 3 and going all the way into Krugs.
Yeah, for sure. On the side, we see Magarki doing the level 5. That's a pretty aggressive level. And then we can see Ketzer here has the Misfortune with the Sniper. Has 2 out of 3 Merc, but hasn't been able to find the 3rd Merc, and has a Nico's Help. So getting that early Nico's Help can do some pretty cool stuff. By the way, speaking of spatula starts, another really fun one you can do is Assassin. 6 Assassin got buffed this patch, and so that can push you into that 6 Assassin, which is just a lot of damage in the end game. Put that on someone really interesting, say like a Jinx, can do some really good damage in the end game.
I think, Assassin Spat is definitely one of the spats that makes for the most interesting interactions when it comes to units that aren't usually supposed to be jumping to the backline. We saw Cho'Gath yesterday. I think as a viewer, it's always extremely exciting to see that. There's a spatula there on the Zyra. We'll see now if Potable is able to pick that up.
Yep.
He has a preference. He's going to get close. He ends up allowing Ketzer, his teammates, to get it. So communication definitely ongoing here. The players seeing which one of the two is able to maybe benefit more from that spatula. It looks like Ketzer will be the one to get it.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll have to take a look at that. The other thing to look at, looking at the augments, Precedent with Tiny Titans, sitting at 113 health. Wonder if he got Mercs. And then Sox and Soju got an extra tome, so we'll have to see what they were able to turn their tomes into, make their comps even stronger. Again, we've talked about how Innovator can be one of those things that can be really strong. Clockwork is another one. Looking at Sox's board, like you mentioned, this is like an amazing Stage 2 board. He has the VIP Leona, which is amazing early. Already has the Blitz 2, Caitlyn 2, Cassidy 2. Had the Talon if he wants it. 2 Debonair spats already at this point. That's without the egg, to be clear. So he could run 5 Debonair at 2-5. This is an amazing Stage 2 board.
Sells the Talon because he knows, I have to start econing. I'm as strong as I will ever be at Stage 2. This is maybe one of the strongest Stage 2 boards we've seen all tournament long. But he knows that he has to sacrifice maybe that talent that he was saving up. He'll find it later when he goes 6. He can't go 6 for a while still because he's just so low on econ. So I think it definitely made sense to sell it there. He's going to be win streaking all throughout the Stage 2, maybe most of Stage 3 as well. And then when he finally goes 6, he'll be able to find a Debonair and Chop, I think, pretty easily.
Yeah, for sure. And you saw there, by the way, especially a Debonair Caitlyn was able to just one-shot that 2-star Zillion. So just so much power at this point in the game. And yeah, I agree with the econ here. Probably sells the Camille, puts him at 19. If he wins, he'll be at 20, which is exactly where you want to be at this point in the game. Level 5, 20 gold heading into Krugs with a full win streak. That's about as good as it gets here. Looking around at the scoreboard, though, no one taking a ton of damage here, other than, frankly, Precedent, who, has already taken 30 damage. So
had the buffer from the extra HP from Tiny Titan, so maybe it's okay in his case to take that damage, but definitely something he has to correct at some point in Stage 3, has to stabilize at some point and not get too greedy, because we saw it yesterday. If you lose too much HP early on, you'll find yourself in a pickle going into the late game. But it looks like it's going to be a mutant start for Goobums here. Has a Cassidy 2, has a Malzahar with Shiv already slammed, so also a very strong board from Goobums here as well, but Caitlyn able to take down the Malzahar, the main damage dealer.
Yeah, taking out a Malzahar 2 this early, that's really good there, because Malzahar 2 is a pretty big spike here and might have been able to turn it around. But again, that Caitlyn is kind of the big star here of Sox. And I think for the sake of the team, it was good here that Goobums lost, getting Sox that win streak, helping him be the strongest in the lobby. So definitely what you want here. Looking over at Ketzer's board, you know, still not running the Mercs. Could use the Nikos if you wanted. But yeah, has the Tactician's Crown here, so will be up a unit for the rest of the game. That's exactly what you like, the best case scenario from a spatula start, really.
Is it me, or does it seem like every single player has an incredibly strong board? It seems like a very high roll start for most of these players. No one really looks too weak, and as you mentioned, the HP totals aren't dropping down too low for any players. I think it's quite even, where sometimes one or two players high roll and they're able to streak forever, but in this case, I think everyone seems pretty strong all throughout the stage 2 and now going to stage 3, and Ketzer finds another Nico.
Wow, okay, so the interesting thing about Nico's help here is that if you have one, that's okay, right? You got to figure out when to use it, when to spike. If you have two, that is a massive difference, because all of a sudden, if you find a 5 cost at level 7, it's instantly a 2-star 5 cost. And so that is just such a big difference here. And so Ketzer's got to be like really happy. The one complaint you could look at looking at this board is that the econ is pretty low for what you want to be at this point. Should be able to turn that around, but I think at this point you really just want to fast 7, try to hit that lucky 5 cost, and then instantly spike with that and win the game.
Yeah, I think this definitely feeds Ketzer the idea of just going for a much more fast 7, fast 8, playstyle, because he has such an upside for even just being able to hit even a 4-star in some cases, depending on what comp he's playing and what items he has. Maybe he thinks, I hit this 4 cost, I get a 2-star, I'm gonna be able to go stable, go fast 9, and just roll for my legendaries as usual. So very, very strong start from Ketzer here as well. And this all comes off of Potable allowing his teammate to get the spatula, get a bit of a win streak going here as well, and play for some econ.
Yeah. The other thing I got to call out right now is Precedent took Tiny Titans, 135 health, and is already sitting in 6th place. So
he's going fast 8 in the standings. He's racing his way down.
It's certainly a lot of damage this early. Now, again, haven't seen his board. Maybe he's running Mercs. If he is running Mercs, then cool. Maybe he can get a big cash out here, but definitely not the most ideal situation to be in. Yeah, in fact, taking a look at his board here, what do we see? We see Debonair Bodyguard. Yeah, this is definitely not really where you want to be. Level 6. Oh, this is not looking ideal for Precedent.
Had to roll down so much gold there, and doesn't really have a very stable board to speak of. We talk about how everyone else seems to be, high rolling, has very, very strong boards. Whoever isn't able to really hit those 2-stars, isn't able to hit a stable board, is going to fall down in HP so quickly, as we're seeing here with Preston, the perfect example. Talon, in theory, great for not losing too much HP, but not really working out in practice.
Yeah, and I gotta call out the NA team here. Precedent slams the Debonair spat, but as we already saw, Sox has 2 Debonair emblems as well. And so the team kind of contesting each other here, I think is a big misplay, frankly, that could end up punishing them pretty much later in the late game. Because now we know there are 2 Debonair comps on the side of NA, and again, with a 4v4 format, I'm really not sure that's the play here.
And I can't say this completely surprises me. I think EU as a whole played a bit better in terms of like the team strategy. Yesterday in game 4 for actually this exact team, PP God, it was the case that Prestevent and Goobums both played Mutant Darkstar Kaisa as well. It was a Darkstar lobby, and maybe they were contesting each other. They both ended up in the top 4, so I think maybe that speaks more for Mutant than anything else. But it does seem, as you're saying, that they're not really maximizing the idea of playing as a team.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Darkstar Mutant, you might be able to get away with it with the right stuff. Like you said, there's so much power in that. But Debonair is one of those comps that really sort of requires you to spike early and with the right carries. For example, here we see the Infinity Edge on the Talon, which might be okay if you had about 6 Talons right now. We saw yesterday, like, Talon 3 get hit here. And sure enough, we can see on the other side here, look at Sox's board, managed to get a 3rd Debonair emblem here. So Sox basically gets the Debonair bonus for free. And so we'll have to see if he can spike that up to 7. Who his end game carry is going to be. Looking at Sox's economy, though, much better situation here. Could see a 7 Debonair Zeri, I think would be what Sox would be looking for, especially with those 2 Radiant items we know that are coming in the end game. So
looks like Talon might be enough, but Syndra able to get yet another knock up there on the Talon. The Caitlyn all by herself now, or maybe it'll be enough here, yeah, with the
that was close.
Just barely. So I called it right, but I don't know if that was lucky or what. Just barely able to get the win there. Sox actually lost 1 fight against his own teammate, against Soju, which ruined his win streak, unfortunately, going into this stage 3.
Oof, that's got to feel bad.
Early Jhin with a bow on the carousel. Good pickup for anyone looking to go AD, and Sniper Flex was one of the most popular comps played yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see there, at least the carousel play was really good. Precedent kind of hovering by it just in case. And as soon as EU headed towards it, he went ahead and grabbed it. But just in case, could have given it to an ally who might have used it for a stronger board. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do that, and so ends up with a bow that may not be optimal for him. But actually heading into like Debonair Draven, Debonair Talon, a bow is a pretty good pickup either way.
And we see this posturing, and even in just normal TFT tournaments all throughout set 6, we've seen players kind of hovering around a unit, making someone think they can still reach it, and then if they do end up coming, you'll take it really quickly and maybe mess up their second best pick, for example. So a similar thing can happen here in carousels where you hover. If the other player that is kind of released into the carousel alongside you is from the other team and they don't come for that unit, you can kind of hold it for the next in line on your team. So a lot of interesting strategy happening in the carousel for sure.
Yep. Now we see Potable at level 7 here. Build the Striker emblem. This is another pretty safe pick. On the other side, Unid, though, has the 5 Innovator already and the Keeper augment. So this is an augment where if you're grouped up, you get a big shield. And you can see that shield is just a lot to tear through, even for the 4 Striker DPS. But still manages to do that because Unid, kind of lacking DPS right now and being down a level, has built a lot of utility items, the Zeeks, the Quicksilver, and so it's not enough DPS. Whereas the 4 Striker benefits really well with the Hurricane, and that Gnar is able to just pump out a ton of damage thanks to that.
Innovator has that problem where, especially now, end of stage 3, start of stage 4, Ezreal starts falling off. You have to make a transition into one of the 4-cost carries that are quite flexible to kind of open up that damage potential, because usually Innovators is very good at stalling and tanking, and especially with Keepers even more so. They double down on that advantage, but the damage, as you're saying, is going to be missing going to stage 4. Sometimes Senna is used as an AD carry for a little bit until you're able to hit maybe a Jace, a Jhin, Jinx even if you're lucky, but there is going to be that middle ground where you're going to be a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the standings, by the way, I have to call it out. Precedent took Tiny Titans at 2-1, 135 health, and is now sitting in 8th place at 61 health without running Mercs. That is definitely not the position you want to be in, knowing that you're down an augment now, basically, and sitting in 8th place.
Yeah, the highway, the fast track all the way down to 8th. And as you mentioned, if he was playing Mercs, okay, that's the idea. You're lose streak, you have Tiny Titans, you have that bigger cushion of HP to take it even greedier, to go even further down the line and get a much bigger reward, a bigger cash out. But he's not playing Mercenaries. He was playing Debonairs with Talon. So we're gonna see if he's gonna be able to stabilize or not. Still at 61 HP, Ketzer and Unid actually below him, 60 and 52, but they didn't take Tiny Titans. So Preston, actually, the feedback is that he's in a worse spot than everyone else in this lobby.
Yep. Looking at the augments, nothing super exciting jumps out. Actually, the biggest one here is on Magarki's board, gets that scrap emblem, which can help push into 4 or 6 scrap. And I was just talking about how assassins can be really good. He's got this assassin Aurelia. If you can run, 6 assassins, 6 scrap, 2 striker, Aurelia, jump on the back line, that can be a lot of power in this endgame. And so, yeah, we sit to see here. 6 assassin, 4 scrap. I imagine we'll see an Infinity Edge plus a sword here on this Aurelia. If we can get this into an Aurelia 2, that's going to be a very powerful endgame. And that Aurelia can just blow stuff up very quickly, level up to 8, put in a striker. And yeah, this could be a really good state to blow up some of those very fragile backlines.
Not a comp you see very often, 6 Assassins or Scrap, but I'm really interested to see how this ends up playing out. Slam the Morello on the Echo, despite the nerf, still the utility aspect of it is going to be very useful with Echo, especially with his ult, and slam the second belt on the Blitz for maybe the chance at a second Zeeks as well. Whew. To get even more attack speed on this Aurelia. And we're seeing it here. Still a pretty dominating fight. Aurelia very healthy, able to slice through every single unit, and Potable takes the loss there.
Yeah, the thing to remember is that 6 Assassin gives a ton of crit chance. I believe it's like 50 or 60% now. And when you're running Infinity Edge, that gets converted into critical strike damage. And so the Aurelia here, like you saw, it's just an Aurelia 1 with these items, but was already critting for like 600 per cast and getting those resets and just doing a ton of damage. And so unless you have a good way to slow that down with something like a Bodyguard or a Bramble Vest, that Aurelia is just going to cut loose. Get a third item here as something like a Deathblade could be really good. But yeah, looking for that spike for Aurelia too here, I think.
Looking at Sox in the standings, still streaking, has only lost that one fight to Soju at the very start of Stage 3, and other than that has won every single fight with the 7 Debonair already online on his board. But looking here, we see a Jin for Ketcher, so as we were talking about, he's going to look to get maybe a sniper angle. Hasn't used the Nikos on the Jin yet, so as you mentioned, I think he is trying to greed up and hope for a 5 cost, like maybe Zeri instead.
Yeah, the one thing I'll call out, the items are pretty good. It's like the very good glass cannon AD items. But if you're going to go for like a 2-star 5 cost, like let's say a Jinx or a Jace with those items, you're really looking for at least some sort of healing, whether it be Hand of Justice, Bloodthirst, or something like that. So that's the one thing that has me a little worried about that situation. But either way, something like a Jinx 2 that early with those items is definitely going to blow stuff up.
You need still dropping now at 39 HP. He was playing the Innovator board. As we talked about, he needed some more damage. He needed to find some kind of damage carry to, give some oomph to that comp, because really he only had sustainability, and, with Keepers especially, even more so. Ketzer finds the Jin too, so he's going to be able to be much more stable there as well. And here we see you need facing off against McCarthy, France versus France. The Assassin board jumping right into the backline, but we'll see if this tankiness is enough to withstand some of this damage. Irelia already going so low in health and has been killed there, so most of the damage is gone now for McGarkey.
Yeah, I think this is one of the worst matchups for McGarkey because they have all that extra health from the Keeper Shield. And unless you get right on that Ezreal, Irelia is still an Irelia 1 and can get blown up. The other big thing here is Anid did get the Vi 2, and Vi 2 is a very good champion that can do decently without any items. And so that's sort of supplementing that frontline damage until he can find something a little bit better here. Now the thing to look at here is Ketzer here with the 2 Nikos. Unfortunately, Kaisa and Galio, and he's in 3rd place now, so isn't going to be able to pick one of those up very easily. So that's a little unfortunate. Yep, and all the 5 costs are picked up, so isn't able to kind of get that carousel into a 2-star 5 cost that he was hoping for.
Goobums takes the Kaisa. In yesterday's games, in 3 out of the 5 games, he had Kaisa carry as one of his units in his final board and placed top 4 in all 3 of those games. So definitely a good angle for him. We talked about Goobums all throughout this patch being a player that was, trying to force Fast 9 very often, maybe getting used to that playstyle, and it's really paying off in this tournament. We talked about yesterday, his only bad game was an 8th. And it was because he was playing Gold Reserves MF and it just didn't really work out. Every other game, he played this legendary Fast 9 angle and was able to top 4 all 4 of those.
Yeah, for sure. And this is actually the kind of lobby where it's really good to do that because nobody's spiking off, the early eggs that they were able to find. And so instead, you're playing a much more normal game. And this is what Goobums is used to, and that's kind of his comfort zone. But here we get a look at the 5 Innovator board from Soju. Is able to find that Braum 2, which is a big spike. Also plays the blue buff Jin, which is something that had kind of been theorized to be okay and had fallen out of favor. But you get that instant cast, basically. You start right away in that cast, do a ton of damage, apply that Last Whisper to everything, because as the ult passes through, it's applying that Last Whisper. And it is able to pull out the win, spiking to level 8 here, getting his econ up. Still maybe looking for that 7 Innovator as we go into our final augment here. And, for Soju here, Keepers or Portable Forge, both okay options. Certainly isn't going to take the Assassin Crest here, but Keepers might be a really good choice here, knowing that there are so many Assassin players in the lobby.
Yeah, overall, the game definitely leading into Assassins for every player, but some players are in a position to kind of make advantage of that. Other players not so much. Like Soju has the Kha'Zix on board, has the Echo as well, but really, if he's able to take this Assassin Crest, doesn't really have a 3rd Assassin he wants to slot in anyway, so it will be Portable Forge, Manazane, Obsidian Cleaver, and Eternal Winter are the options. What option do you think he's going to end up picking, Mortdog?
So I think because he's already built the Last Whisper, you want to stay away from Obsidian Cleaver. Monazane can be okay on something like the Seraphine here. Admittedly, I would have taken Eternal Winter and put it on the Braum to help supplement that front line. But ends up going with the Monazane. We'll have to see who he puts it on. Does manage to hit 2 Jinxes on a roll down here, so that's not too bad. And the one other thing to note here, by the way, is Ketzer did end up double Nicoing his Jin. So doesn't greed for that 5 cost, ends up going with a 4 cost. But, since Jin does look to be pretty contested in this lobby, might have been an okay spot. And sure enough, Soju, by the way, puts the Monazane on the Seraphine. So we do see exactly what we were expecting, but the Talon taking out that Seraphine very quickly, not really benefiting from it.
Looks like Soju is going to be stable here. The Jin in this, kind of middle placement, not in one of the corners as we tend to see him because of the way his ult works. It's almost always favored to put him in one of the two corners. But in this case, with the middle placement, seems to be surviving quite often, not really being picked off by Assassin. We saw a few players running Assassin, so Soju seems to be, getting a hang of this comp right now, feeling quite stable, still at 36 HP, and 5th in the standings, with Unid continuing to drop in a free fall now at 17 HP.
Yeah, for sure. We get a look at the augments here. Magarki getting binary airdrop, a clear favorite right now, and knowing that he's running that assassin scrap could give him a ton of value. So that's definitely one to look out for here. Unid taking the challenger emblem is pretty interesting. I'll have to see where that plays out. Goobum's taking armor plating, though. And look at these augments, by the way. Double makeshift armor plating for Goobums. So that's another one that's kind of... We'll have to look at that board and see what's going on there. But otherwise, pretty standard augments across the board from that point on.
We're entering now into stage 5. This is the stage at which this egg will hatch at the very end of the PvP round during the dragon fight, as Mort mentioned earlier. When we actually just started this game off. And Echo 2, big upgrade here for Prestivan, someone that we know was free-falling in HP all throughout this game, was a bit more stable in the mid-game, but now is still on the lower side, 29 HP here. Alongside, you need the two players that are in a worse spot going to stage 5. And do you think Prestivan looks strong enough to be stable at this point with just the Draven and the Zeri without items?
No, definitely not. You can see that was a 50 gold roll down. He was looking for that Draven too. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find it. So that's just not the situation we want to be in. And again, if you look on Sox's bench, what do I see? I see a Draven, So again, we're kind of seeing the result of some of that sort of team contesting each other here. Meanwhile, on the other side, you look at Sox's board, and that is just a very healthy backline with probably what's going to be a 7 Debonair Victor. And so Prestivan takes a ton of damage, and it's looking like both Prestivan and Unid are not going to be able to see their, their egg, unfortunately. Does find the VIP Zeri, which is tempting, but the reality is it's still a VIP Zeri with no items. And so I'm just not confident this is going to turn anything around here. Is able to find the Draven 2 at least. That's going to be helpful. Can put the Redemption on the Leona, but the Debonair spat ends up on something okay like the Echo. Nothing too crazy. Doesn't have Sniper in, so this Zeri is really not going to cut it. And again, this is a 2-item Draven. It's not even a 3-item Draven. I fully expect him to kind of lose this fight.
Up against Ketzer here, we saw who used the Nikos on the Jin, so is able to stay stable all throughout this stage 4 and 5 at 46 HP. Actually, the second place in the standing, surprisingly enough. And Jin seems to be doing work with a full damage itemization here. Giant Slayer, IE, and Last Whisper. And Prestivan is out. Unid is out. 1 from EU, 1 from NA, already knocked out. 6 players remain, and all 6 players are at least hoping to see their egg hatch at the very least.
Yeah, we get a look at Goobum's board here, and there we go. We have the armor plating. Very good front line, right? This is 2 Colossus, has the armor plating. Admittedly, I don't remember which mutant variation it is, but doesn't have the Kaisa 2, is still running the Kaisa 1. Doesn't have the Challenger to get that Kaisa going. Hey, thank you. So it's the Voidborn one, which is the true damage one, which would be okay in a lobby where there's a lot more like bodyguards or something like that. But in this lobby with the Innovators, that's not really doing a ton. So this also kind of feels like a pretty weak board at this state.
Kha'Zix 2 in the shop, not able to find it, has to lock the shop instead. I don't know if you saw that more topic. Right when we got into this perspective from Goobums, he had the triple Braum shop, reminding me of the triple Draven from Worlds that one of the player was able to pass over. But seeing now Potable also quite low in HP at 18 with a Sivir, so very classic comp here, and able to take down Goobums. A big win here at stage 5. One more player that will not be able to see their egg hatch, unfortunately. And now going to the stage 5 carousel. Anything that really calls your attention here?
The Socialite emblem jumps out just because it can open up some 3 or even 5 Socialite builds. Not that anyone's in that direction, but that can just be an extra 18% damage for your carry. Think of it as a 4th item for your 3-item carry. That's always something interesting to pick out. Other than that, pretty standard stuff with a lot of emblems. I also want to call out that Goobums, if you noticed at the end of that game, had his spatula on the bench sill from the start of the game, so was never able to find a cloak to make the mutant spat. So that's, I think, the worst case scenario when you're looking at these spat starts, unfortunately.
Especially when you have, in theory, a bit more luck or a bit more maneuverability in carousels with this being kind of a team format where, some of your teammates allow you to maybe get a cloak when you need it, but still, without, even with that, not able to get the cloak is unfortunate, is, to some degree unlucky for Goobums, and maybe a result of, of that. It was a 6th place position in this game. Looking at Ketzer now, still very healthy, facing off against Potable, facing off against a Sivir, it's still Sivir 1, so still not quite the power spike that Potable is hoping for, almost at the end of Stage 5.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, everyone's really just trying to stay alive here. I think for the sake of the team, you almost want Potable to win this, and unfortunately that's not going to happen. It's not going to quite take him out, but now we're 1 round away from the egg, and if Potable loses, that's going to be 1 less person that's going to see the egg. And it'll also mean our points are sort of tied going into the top 4. So that'll be kind of interesting. But yeah, again, we have to talk about the egg here. The egg is going to hatch into a tome, which is another trait. So we can see some trait spike up here. But also those 2 radiant items. Those 2 radiant items are just massive power spikes.
At this point, with comps pretty much fully formed, the tomes will be tailored as well, so that's going to give players very clear direction into what they want, and players will be fortunate in terms of trying to get those vertical traits or maybe chasing for. We're going to see now Potable did hit his Sivir 2, we saw in the upgrades, but we're looking at Ketzer now versus Soju. Soju, a player that is also on the fringes of death, 16 HP for him, has the Jhin. As we mentioned before, we saw all throughout the stun there on the Jhin on the entire backline, but Jhin still kicking here, and it looks like it might be a close snipe off between Ketzer and Soju. Soju able to win it. Ketzer takes a hit there, still 30 HP though, and a really big gap still between Sox and everyone else.
Okay, I think a lot of players are about to get very, very dizzy, as they now have a tome, 2 radiant items, and 3 items to deal with. So I think we're going to see a lot of sort of the skill gap here, as players try to figure out what to do with this. They've also got the 2 Reforgers. Sox gets another Debonair emblem. At this point, I'm pretty confident he could run 9 Debonair if he wanted to. So that's pretty powerful. I think that's, 4 Debonair emblems? So, almost 7 Debonair without actually any Debonairs. So
it'll allow you to drop off a unit like Brand. You don't want a 1 cost in your comp this late. Obviously, if you're reaching that 7 vertical, you want to keep him in, but now at this point, you're able to take him out and slot in something different. Although there is a Victor here, so maybe you want to keep Arcanist to some degree. Morello, Radiant Morello actually here on the Victor and on the Orianna, so maybe not ideal to have those items doubled up. You have the chance for Reforger, we saw it there. It's going to be a Hand of Justice on the Victor and Redemption on the Leona. So it looks like Soju Sox wasn't too dizzy here.
Yeah, Sox managed to kind of pull it together, still figuring out these last few items, but I will say Radiant Morello was not nerfed like Morello was. So if you're looking for that true damage burn, Radiant Morello can be quite good here. Also has the Scholar, so hopefully that Victor will cast very early. But lets his Draven get Blitzcranked hook. That's kind of an uncharacteristic misplay here. And it's going to cost him a lot of health here, unfortunately.
Not just that, but it's going to save Potable, who's on 3 HP, found the Sivir 2, as we mentioned right before the PvE round, so was able to hit a very important power spike for him, and keeps Potable alive, whereas Soju is now dropping to 4 HP, so we talked about players getting dizzy because of the item choice, because of the tome, because of everything happening all at once. Maybe the items were sorted out from Sox, but maybe the positioning wasn't. And in that case, the Blitz it did cost them quite dearly.
So I have to call out here because everyone likes to say, Frozen Heart Echo Bedge. Well, you know what's even more annoying than a Frozen Heart Echo? A Radiant Frozen Heart Echo, slowing your entire backline's attack speed by 50%, and has the Radiant Zeeks for this Sivir. This is, I think, like the nightmare version of the meta comp from 2 patches ago, where it's just like, please get me out of here. 3 Zephyrs, here, though.
Triple Zephyr, actually. So we were talking about, the nightmare. Maybe this is the nightmare. Triple Zephyr on the entire backline. Aurelia is still up in the air, finally comes down to play, and now starts dealing so much damage on the backline, just jumping across. And will it be enough? It looks like it's not going to be the case. A knockout for Soju, a knockout for Ketzer, but Soju takes a massive hit and ends up 5th. So once again, the top 4, 3 EU players, 1 NA player. We saw it quite often yesterday in the stream matches as well. Sox, the last remaining hope.
Yeah, it's interesting here because, yes, NA did go 5-6-7 here, but right now they definitely look primed to win the lobby. And remember, that's a $500 bounty per win here. So, even though the points are going to be fairly close, walking away with that extra $500 is going to feel pretty good. And I got to say, like, the amount of prize pool you can get today between those bounties and then the 1st and 2nd place prizes, there's a decent chunk of change here. So I have to imagine whichever team wins is going to feel really good about that.
All players very capped out, and the fact that Binary works so much better with a triple item dragon and the big egg is going to be maybe big for Magarki having a very capped out board. Will it be enough to beat Sox? It looks like it's not going to be the case. Draven still popping off here with a Radiant IE, and Magarki going to get eliminated in third. Potable also eliminated, and Sox. Actually, no, Magarki, that was the ghost. So Potable, no.
Yep.
Yeah, both.
It's just a delay.
Bit of a delay there, but in the end, I think, as we expected, Sox was able to win it. He had such a great start with, I couldn't even count how many Debonair crests he had in the end there.
He had 4 Debonair crests. So, you run 3 Debonair, get your VIP, and then give 4 people, because remember, at that point, those spatulas are worth 800 HP and 80 AP. That is basically almost a Warmogs and a better death cap in one item on 4 units. That is a lot of power. And as we saw from those fights, it wasn't close. It wasn't close at all. Like, he blew that comp up. And that was a binary scrap comp, just to show you how much power was in that. So, Sox definitely taking advantage of all those Debonair emblems.
Yeah, Magarki's board with Binary was very capped out. We also saw Potables had, as you mentioned, the Nightmare Sivir scrap board as well, but still, Debonair was able to reign supreme. And that's kind of a win that I think Sox needed. Yesterday, he was not the best performing player on his team. It was instead Prestivan and Goobums, with a pretty big gap between then Sox and Soju. But in this case, Sox comes in hot for day 2, able to win it for his team. But the rest of the top 4 was EU heavy. So I think in terms of points, going to be some pretty good parity between these two teams after one game.
Yeah, I think points wise, EU's gonna feel pretty good. There we see it, a 2-point difference. And again, in this team format, it's interesting because the points all scale up a lot, but every little point of difference is going to make a lot of difference here because, it's just the way the team format works. So this is a good start for EU. But again, we talk about that bounty, and he's walking away with the extra $500 here. And so, even being down 200 points, I think that's basically a wash. And so, we've got 4 more games. We'll have to see where it goes from here. But that's a good start. It's going to show that it's going to be pretty close today, I think.
Even looking at the points yesterday, I mean, as you're playing, you think, it doesn't matter if I go 6 or if I go 7, it's not going to be that close. But in the end, looking at the parity between the two regions, it was just a 4-point difference. Yep. With such a 5 different games played, all these points being awarded. So every point matters, every single placement matters, every single, as you mentioned, that Blitzcrank hook, for example, eliminating one player because the other player didn't lose enough HP. All this minute stuff is going to matter. All these nuanced differences in terms of positioning, in terms of slamming the right items at the right time, will end up mattering in, the sample size. 5 games is, they're 5 games, but it's not that much. So every game counts even more. And in this case, I think the parity's still there. 2 points difference only. Still very, very close. But I think we're going to have to see maybe a bit more from NA in the next game, especially the early game. I think Prestivan lost maybe a bit too much HP early on. Unit as well was not able to stabilize. These are 2 players that have to find maybe a safer playstyle going into game 2.
Yeah, for sure. The other interesting thing I wanted to talk about that game was the big egg, right? We saw the 2 Radiant items come out, but really, about 5 players made it to that big egg point? Mm-hmm. And then even then, the game ended, 2 rounds after that? Like, it just goes to show you that egg kind of has some big spikes here. And we saw, Sox was able to use that into another Debonair emblem, was running 8 Debonair at one point, also had the Radiant Infinity Edge on the Draven, which was pumping out a ton of damage. We saw the Radiant Frozen Heart Echo. So there's just a lot of cool things you can do, but you've got to make it to that point. And I think, again, like Prestivan taking Tiny Titans and not making it to there feels like a big miss for me. But overall, we'll have to see if players can turn around, what other eggs we're going to see. Because I think the smaller egg is the much easier egg to play around, but this one requires a lot of time, unfortunately.
And players like Sox, I think, adapted really well to the conditions of that specific lobby with all the different extra stuff being added on. Whereas maybe players like Goobums, either because he was unlucky or for other reasons, that first spatula he had in the first carousel was not able to translate it into an actual item. So maybe why he ended up going 6. So very important in these lobbies, and especially in this 4 fun patch that has a lot of extra stuff added in. You have to be able to adapt to this stuff and make it, take advantage of it to be able to have a good result in these games. So that was maybe one of the crazier games we've seen in this tournament, because I mean, the craziness of everything already, but the big egg and the spatula start, I think the only thing missing was a bit more prismatic augments. But other than that, I mean, we could tell it was a crazy game with how the Debonairs looked for Sox, and I think we're ready to go into game 2.
Nice. Yeah. One of the cool things about this one lobby part of the tournament, you know, not a lot of post game to go over. We saw the lobby. We jump right into game 2, so feels really good. And now we're at the opposite end where we got the little bitty baby egg that will hatch right away at 2-1, giving everyone a tome. So we'll see a pretty big swing in the difference of play here. But this is also the kind of augment start that leans really heavily into mercenaries. So if you can get a Quinn and a Alawi, you can use this to get 3 Merc pretty early, so we'll have to see if anyone's able to pull that off.
A good AD start here for Sox. Has a sword, has a bow as well. As a Kassadin, we're going to see what Mutant is in a bit, hopefully. Able to see if some players might be attracted to chasing the Mutant trait, if it is going to be maybe Darkstar, maybe even, you know, Adrenaline Rush yesterday with Cho'Gath. We saw that quite a bit, and, you know, at Worlds as well, especially, was on the big stage and able to win a lobby. So we'll see if that'll be the case here, but we'll have to see what the Mutant is first.
Yeah, for sure. The Mutant can definitely make a big difference here. And it's Synaptic, which is not a bad one. That's, you know, we get that early tome. This is definitely a favorite for the Synaptic Ari, I think people really like to do. It also makes it so you don't have to run the Cho'Gath here. So we're looking at another silver start here. On Sox's side, nothing really great here. All of them kind of locking your direction here. Payday means you've got to run that Syndicate. It does have very high potential. If you look at the stats on Payday, it's really good right now. Knife's Edge means you're going to have to run Frontline. Has those AD items, so it can run like a Ginsu's. Maybe we saw like some Tryndamere yesterday. Or the Triforce here. But ends up going with the Knife's Edge just for that early game power.
Ash reroll actually was able to do pretty well for Preston yesterday. He got a 2nd place in Game 5. And I think the buff to Orianna especially, and the fact that you can get Sniper Emblem on the Orianna makes it actually very appealing. I think Ash already had very good stats in terms of you know, a comp to play on ladder and to have consistent results with. And in this for fun patch, I think even more so, got some added benefits to the comp as well.
Yeah, for sure. Looking on the side, we can see Ketzer was the benefiter of Tiny Titans this time. So Sox isn't able to pre-level here. Does find an early Debonair a VIP Talon. So could run that for a bit. Goes ahead and slams the Tome already. Has Clockwork, which is an okay option. You can run the 2, possibly 4, or even 6 Clockwork. Yep, and goes with Clockwork as a pretty safe option here. So we can kind of expect this to, again, maybe run into that, like, the Jhin comp. The one negative here is that he's running that with the Knife's Edge. And so that's a little bit of a weird situation here, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, definitely going to the sniper angle might be a bit more difficult. For now, slam the Gunblade on the Talon. Very good at losing some, or at not losing too much HP.
Yeah, I'm laughing here because what do we see? We see Soju running Assassins with Knife's Edge. And so again, we see the NA start kind of leaning into each other a little bit here with Knife's Edge. So those endgame states may end up kind of similar. Hopefully maybe one of them goes Challenger, maybe one of them doesn't. We'll have to see. Moving over to Setzer's board, though, here, takes the Merc emblem out of the egg, but doesn't have the Merc yet, but also has the 135 health. So if he can find the Mercenary, this would be a really good spot to be in, but he's got to find it hopefully in like the next 2 stages. And right now it looks like has 0 of it. So yeah, he's got this crazy mutant start on the other hand. So I think, unfortunately for Setzer, this might just be a wasted tome.
And this does feel kind of bad, where the game gives you one direction in terms of units, but the other direction in terms of augments, in terms of items, and you're kind of torn between both, where if you had obviously some kind of synergy between both, you would have a very, very good start. But for Ketzer now, he seems to be in a bit of a pickle, as you mentioned. Has Yordles on the side, has the mutant board, but doesn't have mercenaries at all yet, so has to hope to find it somewhere in stage 2. What's the latest point you think it's still fine to slot in mercs and still be able to cash out?
So I think for 3 mercs, if you don't have it in by 2-3, it's barely worth running. It's not bad, but it's like, it's okay. It's not really worth loss streaking from that point on. However, that changes if you can hit 5 merc. If you can hit 5 merc, that's usually just worth running at all. The cash outs end up getting a lot bigger, and so it's essentially like an extra 5 to 6 gold per round, even if you win streak. And so that can often be worth it to the point where, you know, it's just good to do. Slams the Merc Emblem to get a little bit of extra health there, by the way, just to make sure he wins that fight. So kind of a cool play there.
Maybe was Maybe it was what changed the outcome of that fight in the end. Slams it on the Rek'Sai as well. It can be played as a bruiser as well with the Illaoi later on, so I think that's definitely the correct choice. Very close there. Talon and the Rek'Sai both kind of damaging and healing at the same time. Ended up coming down to the wire, and I think everyone has been there at some point where you don't want to lose a fight and you just start slamming a random item just to give you that very tiny edge.
Yeah, for sure. The early Cho'Gath here is nice. We talked about Cho'Gath as a decent tank. If you can get it on 2-1 and start getting those stacks going, that can feel really good. On the other side here, we see Precedent having the Enchanter Heart and the Lulu 2, so it can definitely be a strong Enchanter board. But as we saw yesterday, for whatever reason in this tournament, Enchanter just was not performing that well. So we'll have to see if that can change and Precedent can turn around that luck. Big Cho'Gath bite here. Is Rek'Sai going to be able to take it? It's going to be really close here.
We'll see if the Mercenary Emblem once again
is slam a belt?
Here for Ketzer.
Slam a belt?
All the damage coming from his fortune. I think it's going to be enough for Rek'Sai to be able to do it here. And yeah, there she goes. Able to get the kill yet again. Coming down to the very wire for Ketzer. They're still able to stay at 135 HP. So very, very healthy. And kind of the opposite, glossary playstyle from Mercs because he wasn't able to find Mercs yet.
Yeah, for sure. Taking a look at all the augments here, Magarki has that blue battery that can do pretty well. Potable with the sniper heart, leaning into some sniper. We talked about Socks and Soju with the knife's edge. Goobums with just an item grab bag. Precedent with the enchanter heart. So nothing too crazy here. Unid getting that treasure trove, possibly leading to high economy. We'll have to see what he got out of that treasure trove. But overall, nothing too crazy or too locking. I think the two knife's edge are kind of the big standout for me.
Maybe also the Sniper Heart for Potable.
Yeah.
Because Precedent, despite picking Enchanter Heart, had an angle for snipers already. Had the Ashe, had the Runan slammed as well. So maybe looking to play some kind of Ashe reroll with Orianna later down the line with Jin for Clockwork as well. And having the extra Enchanter for more MR. But that might be, an angle where both players will contest each other with the Snipers and the Enchanters.
Yeah, for sure. On Unid's side here, we see a 5 Debonair already. So another good Debonair start with the Cast 2, giving him a pretty good front line with the Scholar. And the Brand. Brand is very good in the early game. The way he hits 2 targets very hard here can pump out a lot of damage. Brand tends to fall off in the late game when there's just too many targets here. But at this point in the game, can do a lot of damage here. And so, unfortunately, ends up dying, but is still probably going to win this round. The Cassian is going to be able to take it, I think, against this Corki here. It's going to be close, but I think the Cassian has this. So
seems to be a pattern we're seeing here. Every fight, there seems to be one unit that can kind of shield or heal himself, winning these 1v1s. We saw it with Rek'Sai. Now we're seeing it with Cassian instead. The moment we jumped into this board, at first glance, I actually thought it was Magarki's board because Magarki has that blue battery, but it's actually Unid. So as you mentioned, Brand, all the things you said about Brand are all true, but with blue battery, even more so. I think Brand becomes almost a guaranteed top 4 if you're able to hit it early.
Yeah, for sure. So it ends up, like I said, the thing about Brand is he's still very fragile and can lose to, some extra damage around there. We saw the Gnar pretty much take out that Brand a little too quickly. The other thing about Brand is he is very reliant on that blue buff. Like you said, blue battery or blue buff. You can see the tier there, so really looking for that second tier. But Unid's economy is in a very good spot here. 27 gold going into the Krugs is going to be a really good situation here. Definitely going to win this fight against Socks, who's only level 4 with a bunch of 1-stars. So easy win, going to deal 10 damage to Socks. Definitely a big loss for Socks there. And so Unid, I almost wonder if you sell the Talon here just to hit 30 and be very, very rich here. Right now, though, looking at the lobby, and obviously it's early, but what do we see? NA 5, 6, 7, 8 right now, unfortunately.
This is where I like to see them, Mort. So let's keep it this way. Let's hope, in my EU bias, that the French team just ends up with a 1, 2, 3, 4. We saw yesterday, actually, it was the PP God that was, I think, the first team in game 1 that was able to right away get 1, 2, 3, 4 with the Spanish team, Snooty Boys, actually having a pretty abysmal first game, ending up, as you mentioned, the bottom 4. So maybe the flip side here, with now PP God being the ones that are not doing so hot yet, but as you mentioned, still stage 2, still a lot can happen throughout the rest of this game.
Yep. We saw there that Mercenary was locked in at 2-5, so is leaning into that Mercenary. So we'll have to see if they can get up to 5 Mercenary, because like I said, 5 Mercenary I think is where it becomes worth it. It's a little late to try to do the cash out style, but does still have 131 health. That's the one thing that might make it okay. Looking at Goobum's board here, it feels like remnants of last game, as he has the mutant spat and no mutants now. So running the Yordles, I wonder. I can just hear Goobum's voice right now and how frustrated he might be.
We messed up the script. We were supposed to give him the mutant spat last game. It ended up coming in this game, and now, everything is in disarray. But it's a very good angle still for Ahri. I mean, we have a Synaptic Web. We have already good AP items. So he's going to have to still do a lot to get to that point because he has currently no mutants really on the board just yet. But the setup is there. We saw it yesterday happen so many times with players having a very good setup, losing a lot of HP early, not being stable. But once they were able to stabilize, ended up popping off and getting, first or second or third at the end of the game.
Yeah, so want to call out here, Soju's level 4, and he has 5 Twitches. So I think we're going to see a Twitch reroll comp here. We saw one of those do okay yesterday. I think it got, 4th? It was Solus?
I think Souls ended up 5th.
Oh,
he just
5th.
Barely didn't get top 4. Maybe 4th. Maybe you're right. But actually, we did... Prestivan got 2nd with Twitch reroll in game 1. It wasn't on stream, but we do have the stats, and he was able to make that work. So definitely it still finds a place in this current meta on this patch. But as we saw yesterday, you have to start hitting those switches very early on.
Yeah. It's funny, he keeps positioning in a way where I'm like, you know you have Knife's Edge, right? Knife's Edge is still a thing, and then does move it at the end there. So, and these are the kind of fights where Twitch can do very well here. We're going to see the brand maybe get taken down, but that stun did hurt. Syndra tosses it away, and so unfortunately, Soju can't even retain the health here. It's going to take a massive chunk of damage, and this is going to put Soju below 60 health, unfortunately.
And you need still looking very strong. As you mentioned, the brand 2 VIP early on, one of the best 2-star 1-cost carries coming into stages 2 and 3. Once once the players start leveling up, there's more units to kill overall. Brand starts falling off a little bit just because of how his ability works, but at least for now, you need to be very, very stable. And sometimes that's enough. When you're just looking to play top 4, looking to accumulate points for your team, that's all you really need. The options here for Soju. What do you think, Marta? What might be the best option?
I mean, I think when you look at these options, you have to take Keepers. It's just extra survivability for your Twitch. But these are not the options Soju was looking for. Keepers is just a little bit of extra health. Jeweled Lotus isn't going to synergize that well with a lot of the champions he wants to run. Doesn't synergize with the Knife's Edge that well. So yeah, and we see, sure enough, takes the Keepers. But combined with all the positioning he's going to have to do now, just really not what he was looking for.
Doesn't find any extra Twitches either, and I feel for Soju especially because when you do get 2 augments that are both positioning related, it does make things very awkward, especially when I think it happens a lot for me as well with exiles and building, items like Chalice or Zeke's and then kind of having the anti-synergy there. So it makes for some very complicated positioning where you have to use a lot of mental to really be thinking every single fight, how can I position best?
Yeah, exactly. Looking at Sox's board, has the VIP Talon with the Gunblade, which can be really good. And so, yeah, we're seeing sort of the benefits of that extra health here. And this is teammates fighting each other. Again, Sox has got the Assassin emblem. So we're seeing him lean into that Assassins. And so we're seeing Soju and Sox kind of... they are slightly different lanes, but kind of wanting some similar units. And so we'll have to see if that makes a difference here. Soju is able to pull out the win right now. And again, we're still seeing the NA bot 4 right now, 58, 57, 56 for Precedent Soju Sox. What is it? Worrying Trends? Is that what it's called now?
If we keep this up, I think definitely. And the win there for Soju, I mean, it has to be one of the worst, least satisfying wins you can possibly get against your own teammate, against a player that's also just really, really weak, so it doesn't really mean much in this case. Keeps him at least a little bit stable. Maybe these two players trying to match their HP totals, 57 and 56 for Sox and Soju, but they have to find a way to stabilize going to stage 4, especially because the damage will start incrementing in terms of how much you take for big losses, and the free fall might just continue for all of NA, unfortunately, in this game too. In a game that they had to kind of come back. They're 2 points behind now in the standings looking at teams.
Yeah, exactly. This is definitely not where you want to be going into that. Pade Bull's board here, 4 Sniper. This is a very strong board here. We saw yesterday 4 and 6 Sniper can do a lot of work. We saw in that stat at the beginning all the Sniper flexes that you can do here. The Sniper Zyra is also one that if you can hit that 3-star Zyra, can just explode backlines. Now, the one thing going against Potty Bull here, as we already saw, there are 2 Assassin players on the NA side, so I don't know how, you're going to be able to protect those Assassins. So here's a great example of that fight. Sox managing to hit the Assassin Draven, but the Talon now already on his backline. The Sniper's not really getting that full benefit, And so we'll have to see if the Talon can work through it here. Now, thankfully, Syndicate is making that Ashe pretty tanky. The Deathblade also is a very good item here. And so, despite having a really good matchup, Sox still isn't able to win with no damage items on his Talon.
Maybe because of the, there being quite a few assassin players in this lobby, I think the pick for this next, like the idea of playing these bodyguards in the back, I think is definitely the correct choice for Potable. Like he has to really, especially if it's not his teammates that are the ones playing assassin, because I know it's both Soju and Sox, I believe, that both have. It's going to be good to just backline and just make sure you're maybe losing to your teammates, possibly. The position might not be ideal, but against the NA players at the very least, you're going to make sure you're still winning against them. And, the results are showing here. Sox, Prestevent now going further than Soju, even the HP, dropping to 48, and the trend seems to continue. We don't see any of these NA players stabilizing.
Now, the one thing to call out here is, we talked about it before the show, we talked about it yesterday, is like the NA style of being a little greedier but having a higher potential maximum. There is still a world where NA has some, higher end capped boards that they're thinking of in the end game, and are able to turn that around and end up at a higher cap, something like a Goobum style Fast 9. But the thing to call out there is, even if they do that, right? Let's say magically at 4-2 or 4-5, all the NA players are able to get their boards capped. They're still going to face each other sometimes. They're still going to take health off of each other. And so that's going to put them in a situation where they're not going to be able, they're just going to start knocking each other out, and they're still not going to be able to top 4 the lobby. Now, 2 things to call out there. We saw Ketzer running Merc 5, so that's a ton of gold, so 5 Merc. And we also saw Soju hit the Twitch 3. So Soju was able to hit the Twitch 3, 3-7, probably a little later than he'd wanted, but not too bad. I think 4-1 is kind of like the last moment where you have to hit it. So hopefully that can stabilize Soju and get that turned around.
Looks like it might be a bit of a roll down there for Potable, but not quite yet. He was still 50 gold and just, leveling to 7 there after the PV round. As you mentioned, I think the position for at least 2 of these NA players, Soju with the Twitch 3 and Goobums with the, the setup for the R8 Mutant, I think they're the 2 players that maybe will have a chance at definitely stabilizing and doing very well in the late game. But the point you touched on, I think, is exactly what we were talking about so much yesterday. If you lose too much HP early, because of this kind of bigger picture team format, you're still kind of doomed in terms of maybe you can place very well, sure, but the rest of your teammates are going to go down with you.
Yep. Looking at this setup, Potable versus Prestevent, very similar team comps, but the one big difference is Prestevent has that in the Last Whisper, so is able to get through the bodyguard front line, whereas Potable, unfortunately, isn't able to output quite enough damage to get through that, and so that's going to be a win for Prestevent. Potable, I think, really needs that Last Whisper now, especially knowing that there are a couple bodyguard players in the lobby.
And what we talked about very early on in the game seems to have come to fruition, both Potable and Prestevent going into the Ashe angle. And we're seeing here, maybe now, is this a consideration to switch onto the Jhin instead and not go into Syndicates? It might be for Prestevent. I don't think you want to switch just yet. I think Ashe is still doing a lot of work as a 2-star.
Yeah, I don't think you switch yet. I think you try to, greed your way to level 8, find the Jhin 2, and then switch. But I think the fact that he already leveled to 7 and doesn't have many Ashes is a sign that we're going to see a swap for sure. He's also holding on to the Caitlyn's, which is giving him the option to run, like Force Sniper or something like that for even more damage. Now, up against Goobums, who gets his Ahri
did you see that,
grabbed.
Mortdog?
I did, and that is not what you want to happen to your Synaptic Ahri. So
And
Goobums take health.
The NA anti-synergy seems to be continuing here. You can place your comp against so many other players, but in this case, it seems like Prestevent's like, no, Goobums, you're going down. The Ahri gets hooked and deleted immediately, and Goobums finally hitting that Ahri. Maybe that was his chance to stabilize, but ends up taking a big loss there against Prestevent. 4 NA still at the bottom 4, but now Soju with a Twitch 3. We talked about the power spike, is win streaking now, has a chance to stabilize, to stay healthy all throughout stages 4. All the way into stage 5 possibly as well.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about, right? Like, we're starting to see Soju, Prestevent, and Goobum start to win their rounds, start to stabilize. And I think right now they frankly just have the stronger boards in the lobby, but they've already lost so much health and they're going to face each other sometimes that will it be enough, or will EU be able to start spiking up in the later game and turn that around is, I think, the big question of how this lobby is going to play out here. And yeah, you look at this Ahri now, this is a Synaptic, even though it's Synaptic Ahri 1 does have a good amount of damage here, and it's just going to heal up. Oh, Aurelia taking it down, though.
That was
Wow,
a
that
big test for
Aurelia.
Goobums. He had to get that win. Not able to do it against Magarki. Magarki's still staying at 63 HP. You need versus Potable, so France versus France in this case, but a small loss it looked like there. And Ketzer now finally has broken the threshold, has broken the dynamic of 4 NA at the bottom, is now in 6th place position. And as we expected, Soju and Precevit now both streaking, both players that were able to, as you mentioned, hit those stronger boards. A little bit late, sure, but they are at least stable now.
Yeah, it's interesting. We know he ran 5 Merc for a little bit, but looking now, he's at 3 Merc. Is able to pick up the Tom Kench, which could put him back in that 5 Mercenary territory. You get the Alawi Tom Kench synergy, get that Bruiser going. But we'll have to get a good look at his board here, because I'm curious what went so wrong to be in the situation we're in here. And this, okay, I admit this is not... Oh, we're at Sox's board now. Okay, that explains a few things. So yeah, Sox running the Assassin Draven, the Talon here. Running Debonair again, but again, we see the Knife's Edge putting him in a position that's not ideal. They're still running the Draven 1 without any full offensive items. Ends up slamming the Thieves' Gloves, which I think isn't ideal. So...
Looking at yesterday's game, Sox, despite playing Debonair in both of these first games today, didn't really play a full Debonair comp yesterday. Only had a Debonair with a Draven and Zeri yesterday. But it looks like we have a bit of a pause here. Going to hopefully get back into the game very soon. But maybe a good time to kind of take a breather and analyze what's going to happen in the rest of this game, because it's been kind of very one-sided all throughout stages 2 and 3. Most of 4, 10, NA stabilized a little bit. We had Soju hitting his big power spike with Twitch 3. We had Goobums hopefully able to hit the 2-star Ari at some point in this stage 5 or stage 4 and 5, and going to stabilize as well. But is it too late, Mortdog, for NA to find a good result in this game too?
I don't think it's too late. I think if anything, we might see very similar to last game, where I would imagine 1 or 2 players make crash out and go like 7-8, but they at the same time they could turn it around and end up winning the lobby still. So I think there's still a chance for NA to win this lobby, which again with this bounty system would be very interesting if like EU wins the tournament but NA won every bounty, for example. What does that do to the prize pool would be interesting. But yeah, that is a big Mercenary chest here, by the way.
It is. And is there going to be a chance for Ketzer to maybe have a prismatic third augment? Mortdog pushing the button, silver, gold, and then prismatic, the scaling element here. Renata 2, big upgrade for Ketzer, has the Jinx in already, so this isn't a weak board by any means.
Yeah,
Maybe
this is interesting. Vi, by the way, with blue battery is incredible. Basically built-in blue buff, so you can put some good items there. But yeah, we really need a strong carry to cash out. I do like selling the Jinx, by the way, to make sure that you can play the Vi with the blue battery. That's really smart. I think the Morello is going to end up on the Renata. Renata blue battery can be good. You kind of wish you had that blue buff. The sad thing here, though, is we still don't have like a really good carry, right? It's Kha'Zix 1. It's Renata 2 with just a Morello. So it really needs to find a way to cash out here, unfortunately.
And this, in theory, it looks like a strong board to cash out if you're just thinking, in a vacuum in terms of what you usually see in a Merc cash out board. But this is a very different cash out. We're at 4-6. Boards are much stronger all across the board. And, no pun intended. And it's looking a bit more difficult. So we'll see, facing off against his teammate Magarki, if he's able to do it. Gets the Blitz Hook onto the Senna right into the middle of the action. And she's one of the big damage carriers here with all those items on her. So maybe that will turn the tide on this fight here. Renata doing her best, but Irelia still alive, still kicking, still slashing her way through most of these units. It's going to be a close one, but I don't think it's close enough. Can Vi do it here? Irelia still alive, just barely.
Yeah, unfortunately ends up losing. I think this is the kind of point where you really need someone on your team to try to weaken their board if you're in their pool just to get that cash out, because you're probably not getting it against these NA boards. And so Pate Bull here, level 8, is going to start doing the roll down at 5-1. Finds a Zeri early. And we get a look at our augments here. Soju with the Clockwork and Socks. Those are both very good pickups. We already saw Soju, I believe. Or no, the Socks that had the Clockwork emblem as well. So that could lead to a 6 Clockwork board that could be really good. Otherwise, nothing too crazy. Unid, with 84 health, is able to take high-end shopping. Being first in the lobby, that's a great time to take high-end shopping. You can get those 5 costs. If we're ever going to see a 3-star 5 cost this tournament, this would be the kind of lobby to do it in when you're at 84 health with that high-end shopping. But yeah, otherwise nothing too crazy to call out there.
If someone mentions, a 3-star 5 cost, I'll kind of just brush it off. But if you're the one mentioning Mortdog, I'm going to believe you. I think you're going to bless this lobby and it's going to end up happening. I don't think we saw it, at least on stream yesterday. I know there was a 3-star Renata yesterday. There was a 3-star Oriana as well in off-stream lobbies. But I don't think we saw a 3-star 5 cost. So maybe this is the day to do it. We've seen pretty much everything in this tournament except for that. So I think that's what we're missing here.
Yeah, speaking of power now, we have 6 sniper here. And if we've seen anything can blow up front lines super quick, it is 6 sniper. Now the one thing here is there's not really a strong front line for Potable, and we're seeing sort of the side effect of that. But there's just so much damage. Now the thing to remember about sniper is that the damage is amplified the further away they are. So as this Morgana walks up, Pottable's just losing damage. And Sock's already out at 5-1, unfortunately, despite the good prismatic for him.
First place in game 1. 8th place in game 2, balanced as all things should be, and we're seeing it here now. RA2 for Goobums, he seems to be stabilized. Reminder, this is Synaptic Web for the mutant trait. He has the Kaisa online already as well with Hand of Justice and Edge of Night. So we talked about it. Goobums is so good at making it to this point into this game and having just a really high cap board. Do you think this is capped enough to breach top 4?
Yeah, I think with the RE2, and if you notice the Prismatic Battle Mage, that is a lot of AP. This RE is going to be pumping out the damage. The one thing this RE could be susceptible to is something like a 6 Sniper Jhin that is already pierced with the Last Whisper and doing a ton of extra damage. That's the one thing you'd have to be worried about. Possibly some really big CC, but otherwise, this RE is in a very good spot, and I could easily see Goobums top 4ing from this position.
Looking at Ketzer, waiting to see what the result is on his fight. He still had to cash out. We're going to see if he's finally able to do it here. I think he might be able to. His whole team is watching, cheering for him against Potable. He takes a hit for the team, but allows Ketzer to cash out a massive chest.
Whew. That is 2 loaded dice, a Nico's, and some items. So nothing too crazy, though the 2 loaded dice could give an option here. Looking at the situation he's in, if he plays it right, he'd need to survive a couple more rounds, but this could be a Renata 3. That would be the one way you can do this, because you can use the Scholar, play these items. Didn't get the blue buff, unfortunately. I think that was another thing he was really looking forward to here. Isn't able to slam everything down in time. I imagine that's going to be a Jeweled Gauntlet, yep. So didn't actually get that much stronger, because he wasn't able to use the Nikos, but I really think he should be using the Nico and the 5 Renatas he has to try to hit Renata 3 from this situation.
And this is something that actually Magarki, one of his teammates, was able to do yesterday. Hit 3-star Renata and was able to get a first place with that. So I'm sure the moment that Ketzer kind of saw the situation he was in, he was probably asking Magarki, hey, is this worth it? Do I go for this angle as well? Because it worked out yesterday. Why not try and replicate that today in this game too? Yeah.
Another thing we got to look at right now, Soju, ever since he hit that Twitch, has been win streaking and is now sitting in 2nd place. So definitely getting that Twitch reroll. And we talked about how he got that Clockwork Heart or Clockwork Soul as his prismatic. He could be running a 4 Clockwork or even 6 Clockwork Twitch 3. That is a lot of power. And so if we get a look at Soju's board at some point later, but that I imagine is probably one of the more capped versions of the Twitch comp we're ever going to see.
And similar case for Soju with Twitch reroll. Prestivan, one of his teams, was able to get a 2nd place yesterday. So it goes to show these players are finding comps that work, finding comps that are giving good results, and their teammate is fully aware.
Look at this
6
board.
Clockwork, Twitch reroll, almost perfect traits. I know we talked about it yesterday. How satisfying it looks. Nice edge as well. I mean, this is going to be a pretty explosive fight coming up.
This is Knife's Edge Keeper, which keeps you alive. You've got the 5 Innovator, so you've got a good front line, and you've got 6 Clockwork. This board's insane.
We're gonna see what this fight looks like. Up against Potable, Sniper Oriana, Jhin in the back trying to stay protected against the Twitch, but the Twitch gonna have a clear shot throughout the entire backline, and Potable's comp gets deleted.
That wasn't close.
Almost eliminated with how big that loss was, being at stage 5 with how much the HP losses are per unit that's left alive here. Socks already knocked out, but Goobums 4 HP, Potable 5 HP, Ketzer 14. Magarki 15. So other than Unid and Soju rather, everyone else very close to losing.
Yep. Do have to point out, Ketzer was able to get the Silco off carousel, use the dice. There's the notification. Has the Renata 3. So we have a Renata 3 in the lobby. But it's interesting because I look at the Soju board and I go, you know what beats a Renata 3? A 6 Clockwork Twitch jumping on it and killing it in 3 shots. So, very interested to see how that matchup goes, and I don't think the Renata 3 is necessarily a first place.
And Ketzer is in the pool of possible opponents for Soju here, so maybe it ends up happening. Maybe it loads up if we give him the caster blessing. Not quite. Magarki instead. Another backline comp with a Sivir, the Irelia, the Ziggs there as well with the Zeke's Herald all around, boosting
Twitch
up
is
the
down.
attack speed. Twitch down already. That might change the outcome of this fight drastically. And Irelia just zooming around, killing absolutely everything. Easy win for Magarki, and Soju, I think that was a 12 win streak, finally ends for him.
Wow. Yeah, it wasn't quite in the right position. Goobum's out in 7th with that Ari board. That's insane. I guess he never hit the Cho'Gath. I guess he never hit the Cho'Gath 3 is the only thing I can think, but like, or some bad positioning, but wow. Would not expect that Ari board to end up in 7th place there. Just, again, the power of these prismatics and the power of these setups. Maybe he went up against Ketzer, because that is a bad matchup. Renata 3 into Ari. Renata will just output enough damage that the Ari ends up dying too quickly. So.
The JG here, maybe not ideal for this comp right now for Soju. That's maybe not the best stroke of luck for him off of that PvE round. We have just a good tank item here, defensive item for Preston, and maybe something he needs. He is also one of the players that is at the mercy of one last life. 4 HP for him. He really does not want to go out, just from the mental standpoint. You know, NA going 6th, 7th, 8th in this lobby would be terrible news in terms of only 2 games in, but the momentum is looking very EU favored, at least for right now.
Yeah, pretty confident Soju top 4s here, but yeah, going 6, 7, 8 would be really rough here. And Soju, I think, is going to deal the killing blow here, unfortunately.
You hate
Frozen
to see
Heart on the snipers. We just got to watch that Twitch. Oh, get some CC here, though. And nope, Jen's dead. Nope, that's it. Goodbye, Precedent. So, Soju delivering the killing blow to his team, putting him in a 6, 7, 8 this lobby. Not ideal. Ketzer, by the way, lost with the Renata 3. So, we might see a 5th place Renata 3 here?
She was fully itemized, if I remember correctly. She had the JG, Shiv, and Morello, I believe it was, for Ketzer. So,
kind of rough
maybe
items,
just be...
but yeah.
Might just be just positioning thing as well. But there are, I think, some differences in forecast where some forecasts as 3 stars.
Hade Bowl is selling his board. Interesting. So, there's a team strategy here that's going on. I'm really curious what's going on here. There's a team strategy here. He's trying to power up his teammate and not do enough damage for somebody who has a higher potential. That is the strategy that's going on here. So this is not like a weird FF. This is very risky, though. If you get the wrong matchup, it can do a lot of harm. The hope here is that the Renata can beat the Twitch, and sure enough is outputting a ton of damage. Twitch still alive, though.
Gonna be close. Barely wins there. So Twitch 3-star, worse than Renata 3-star, I think, you know. That does make sense. Yep. Renata is a forecast after all.
Yeah, also has the Tom Kench, so is getting even more powerful as time goes on. I think there are some risks here, right? If the Silco accidentally kills the Renata, that could be pretty bad. But yeah, that's a really interesting play. I like this strategy from the EU, and that's what I love about this tournament, right? Is like the 4v4 opens up these unique strategies like this, where you know that Ketzer has the most potential, so don't necessarily let him get higher, and go ahead and start applying that damage to Soju earlier. We get a rematch here.
In onto the Tom Kench, but not hitting the Twitch, just hitting the Ezreal. The attempt number 2 from Soju to win this fight. It looks like it's not going to be the case. The Twitch gets focused there, ends up dying very early on. Renata now still very healthy, dealing damage all by herself. I think it's going to be an easy win here once again for Ketzer. Only 2 HP, but that's all he really needs. If he continues to win fights like this with Renata 3, definitely a good angle to do it. And I think this, Mortdog, it goes to highlight the differences, the very minute differences we're seeing in team strategy. NA, sometimes, going to similar comps, for example, maybe contesting each other, whereas EU seems to be super on top of the overarching strategies that make sure they're able to come out ahead.
Yeah, I agree here. Ketzer, by the way, getting the Silco here is a big pickup. He can Nico it, get the Silco 2. Silco 2 giving you an extra second of life and an extra 75% attack speed, I believe it is. So that is just a lot of power. So really good pickup there. Ketzer's board probably about as capped as it's going to be. But now comes the hard part here. Ketzer is going to face Unid. I think if they're really playing this to win, what Unid does is weakens his board here, so that Ketzer takes, you know, as little risk of losing as possible, while also dealing as little damage to Unid as possible. We know that Soju is going to face one of the ghosts, so we'll see if that has happened. We see a Galio on the bench. That is not what happened here, so they're actually playing pretty strong boards here. I'm a little worried the Renata loses this. It's possible.
Let's hope it's not the case, because it seems like the Renata is the favored comp into the Twitch reroll at the very least, and it looks like, yeah, it's going to be the case that I think Ketzer might be going down here. Not enough done with the Renata. The Tom Kench popping off here. The Vi gets taken down. Ketzer gets taken down. Third place, minus 12 HP for him. Soju versus Unid in this final showdown between NA and EU for this game 2. Quick reminder, EU is 2 points ahead in the team standings after game 1. And this is now a chance for maybe Soju to do something for NA, but still a bad showing for all his other teammates in this game 2 anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because they were doing such good team play there.
Yeah.
But then to not weaken the board there, I think was a massive misplay.
We mentioned it on air, and then they're like, nah, let's not play as a team anymore. Let's end up doing a misplay here. And we'll see now if Soju with the Twitch reroll is going to be enough to beat this Draven VIP from Unid.
I feel like Soju positioned as well as he could have this fight. He's got the Frozen Heart Echo where he could. He's got the Twitch off on the side. If he doesn't win this fight, though, it's just a sign that, you know, Unid's comp is stronger. The Draven's doing work here. The Draven's still at full health here. Did get Silco'd early, though. There's a risk that Silco could kill it.
And the Zizirot almost able to tank enough for the Draven to get the kill, but not quite there. Loses by only 1 unit. Another PB round. A Giant Slayer comes in for you need a pretty good generic item to have on any of your damage carries going into stage 7. And at this point, going to stage 7, I think it means that whoever loses the next fight probably is out.
Yep. Yeah, I gotta say, if Soju wins this lobby, it's because EU handed them the lobby, right? They really could have kept Ketzer alive with the Renata 3. That Renata 3 was winning those fights really handily. So hopefully that's not what happens here, but if so, big misplay we're gonna have to look back on here.
And of justice for Soju. So both players, I think, get, items that can definitely work with. Nothing too crazy or too crazy in a bad way either for both players rather. Upgrade there on the Braum 2 for Unid. Is there anything else Unid can do to cap out this board?
Unfortunately, not with the gold situation he's in right now. You look, he has 4 Silcos, and he is high in shopping, so you can see that 25% 5 cost odds. He's got good odds, but he's just so far away from anything else. Still running this Camille 1, which isn't ideal. It's really going to come down to, can he protect away from this Echo, and then also can the Silco not accidentally kill the Draven here. So we'll have to see here. Again, similar positioning. The Frozen Heart gets knocked away, though. So that's going to give Draven time to just cut loose without being slowed by the Frozen Heart here. Silco hasn't hit Draven. I think Draven's got this.
Yeah, Draven able to kill Twitch, able to kill pretty much all units, and that's going to be it, I believe. Soju gets taken down. Unid wins game number 2. EU still on top with 3 EU players in the top 4. Only Soju able to sneak in. Prestevent, Goobums, and Sox did not have a fantastic game 2, and NA is now in a position that they have to come back in the next 3 games. They want to have a chance to win Mortdog Madness Neon Knights.
Yeah, I think EU looking really good. They won that lobby. They're going to be in the points lead for sure. I do want to focus on that one last time, and then I'll drop it. But, they could have got Soju down to 3rd there if they'd played around that a little bit better. If, for some reason, NA wins this tournament by 1 point, we can look back on that and go, oopsie. But overall, some really solid play here, and we saw the side. That lobby, like you said, the whole time was NA in the bottom, NA in the bottom. Soju was the one who hit, but everyone else just wasn't strong enough, getting that 6, 7, 8, and so yeah, EU's got to feel really good about that performance and getting the bounty.
Look at the lobby winner now and see, I guess we just saw it. I think no one forgot in the span of 20 seconds, but it was Unid with the 3 Debonair, with the Draven carry. Draven carry actually showing up quite a bit in this tournament, day 1 and now in day 2 as well. And definitely seems to be putting up very good results. Twitch reroll as well, though. Twitch reroll got a 2nd place here for Soju, and also got a 2nd place for Prestevent yesterday in game 1 of that day 1. So Twitch reroll also seems to be a very viable comp players can play for if they have a very good Twitch start as well. As you mentioned, I think EU is right now ahead. Now a much bigger gap, 42 points to 30, but they're not, they're not a machine of winning. They have some faltering moments in their strategy, as we saw there with maybe a bit of a misplay with Ketzer getting knocked out. And I think that maybe is something that NA has to hope continues happening in the next 3 games if they want to have a chance to come back.
Yeah, for sure. And it'll be interesting because this is one of the tournament structures where we're not playing to like a weird checkpoint format or anything like that. So if like EU dominates the next 2 games, we might go into game 5 with like, you know, not a whole lot on the line other than the bounty. So at least there's the bounties there to make it chase. But who knows? Maybe we see some crazy madness in game 5 if NA can't pick it up. Now, I also say, you know, I'm going to pick on these players a little bit. These aren't NA's strongest mental players, and so, you know, maybe going 6, 7, 8 might have jazzed them up a bit. We'll have to see going into game, you know, 3 or 4. But yeah, it's kind of where we're at right now.
We are going to be casting Game 5 Mortdog, so I really do hope it's going to be an exciting one. I hope, you know, weirdly enough, I thought I would never be saying this in this tournament this weekend, but I do hope NA has a good showing in games 3 and 4, and we have a close, you know, matchup in points for that Game 5. But that will be it for us as casters. Casanova and Riley will be coming in for games 3 and 4. Those games will be coming very, very soon, and if you're an NA fan, you definitely want to tune in, stay tuned, and hope that NA is able to come back and make this a close fight. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back to Mortdog Madness Neon Nights. I'm Casanova, joined by Riley. We got 2 games in the books. Riley and I are going to take the next 2, but NA is down 12 points and they got to bring it back. Riley, what do you make of the first 2 games?
Yeah, NA really needs to step it up. There's been a lot of contesting each other. There's been a lot of just not the greatest synergy, and there's been some kind of sloppiness from NA, frankly. So they need to step it up. I have full faith in them that they can step it up. But on the other side of what we're seeing getting played, not just the players, there's been some cool diversity and there's a lot of comps getting played, but I think that it hasn't been as crazy as yesterday. There's been some cool stuff getting pulled out. Sox had 3 Debonair emblems on stage 3 in game 1 and made great use of that all the way to the first, but that's about the craziest it's gotten. We haven't seen anything super creative. We've seen Twitch, we've seen all the standard 4-cost flex, but the level of, like, the crazy comps hasn't been that high. Players have been plenty creative with how they're using the eggs, with how they're using the extra tomes, but it just hasn't been crazy yet.
A little bit less madness today, if you will, but I think, there's still plenty of time for it. We still have, the Mortdog carousel in game 1. We had a lot of craziness that come out of that, and we even saw 6 o'clock work with the Twitch evaders in this, last game here, which is not something that you end up seeing every day, so it's been a lot of fun. I'm looking to see if Goobums and Prestivant can step it up in game 3 and 4, seeing as how they're at the bottom of the tables in points overall, but they had fantastic days yesterday, so I think that they're, players that we're definitely looking out for to bring it back for NA, because Aegis has just been solid. The team play, Mort ragged on the, only team play mistake that there seemed to be, but other than that, they've been fantastic about not contesting each other. We saw Potable completely sell his board because he knew his teammates would have a better shot going later, didn't want to accidentally do a little bit of damage to somebody who could scale really quickly with an extra round. So it's been great to see, and we just get a couple more games of this, and I really want NA to bring it back so that the game number 5 when Panda and Mort come back is an absolute banger.
I'm so down to actually have a good game 5, and NA, we need to step it up. I do have faith we're going to step it up, make it a close series. Or if it's not, then I'm gonna have to show my face to Panda in the after show call, and then he's just gonna trash talk us. I'm sure you'll see even more of him, and he's gonna trash talk you even more. Neither of us want that.
You'll never let me live it down, so we have to get into game number 3, and we need NA to start popping off. But it is going to be a tough uphill battle with how well Aegis has been playing. But we're kicking off game number 3, Mortdog Madness Neon Nights.
Immediately, we see the egg is going to be the egg that hatches on 2-7 on Krugs, and this is a cool little egg actually that I've been a big fan of getting in my games, because you get the tome a little bit later. You get the tome when you have a little bit more direction, can maybe get a more tailored emblem to fit into your comp rather than just ripping it on 2-1. You can either just whiff and hit something that commits you super hard to some direction from 2-1 that maybe you necessarily don't want, or you're facing other players who hit exactly what they need. That's a super flexible emblem. So getting this tome a little later, and then also getting an item component in that egg, it gives you more options to play around, but it doesn't lock you into anything super early.
Yeah, it's always nice to see kind of the additional things added. I mentioned I like the baby egg, but this one is this one's good for me too. I'm a big fan. When we get these tomes a little earlier in the game, we start seeing all that crazy aggression. The options here for you need dominance on guard and phalanx. We could see a challenger angle just because we've seen so many challengers, but of course phalanx is going to be a lot more of that flexible augment.
I feel like for Unite especially, he's... Oh, never mind. I was going to make a point about phalanx and flexibility, but nope, he's just going to go straight to on guard. Has the Warwick already.
That's true.
Deciding maybe I can get into Tryndamere. He has 2 BF swords.
Yeah.
Now he has the early Warwick 2 potential, and he has a remover. He can always stack these 80 items onto the Warwick 2 if he hits it, just as a super temporary option. He's not going to want that in stage 4 or end of the game, but for now he could roll with this, and this I think is a little bit uncharacteristic actually of EU especially. They've been super flexible with their augment choices and their comps, And we see with the pre-level coming out, with hitting the Warwick pair
With
by
Warwick.
getting a Warwick off on guard, that's a Warwick 2 already. Exactly what I was calling out.
Yeah, I think one of the really cool things about this in the specific team format of 4v4 is when you're given direction like this and you actually have, you know, a pretty good line towards challengers. It wasn't like a insane, like, oh, I have to play challengers here, but it's like, okay, on guard's pretty nice. I've got some swords for Tryndamere. I have a Warwick already. All right, team, I'm going challengers. Everyone stay away from there. And I know I have my direction so that you're not contesting your teammates as much. So that is like the benefit of playing more pointed versus playing more flexible when you do have 3 other teammates that you are thinking about.
It kind of speaks to finding that direction super early. Yeah, it can increase your likelihood of missing, but sometimes the other end of that is you just hit. You have the Warwick 2 this early. You're not taking insane advantage of this augment. You just have one challenger on the board, but you're still getting value out with having a Warwick 2 disarm those targets he's hitting. So good start for Unit early, points him in that little bit of direction. It's all dependent on, does he actually hit that Tryndamere later, or whatever other challenger carry he decides to play around.
Yep, jumping over to Soju. This is just Electrocharge, so more of that kind of flexible augment, not really doing too much craziness there. Has Yordle, so Yordle's been insanely popular all weekend, just trying to get that early economy going. And Soju, you know, a player, he was able to get second in the previous game with that Twitch Evaders comp. Pretty nice to be able to come back and win streak after having a really rough early game after hitting that Twitch 3. And Soju so far has been the carry for his team. He's gonna have to continue to try and get those points because right now they're so far behind.
Yeah, and Soju, he is one of the players people have especially been kind of citing as on Valorant vacation. And I'm gonna be honest, I think we're seeing it in some of his plays. Some of it's been a little rough, not quite peak form Soju, but he is still mostly showing up. He has been solid for his team. He's gone 5th and then 2nd so far. Yeah, NA has needed to step it up, but Soju he has been the rock for his team so far.
I mean, he has, right? He's been the rock today alongside, well, it's hard to say Sox has been a rock for his team. He got 1st place and then 8th, right? So it's been a little bit of dichotomy there, but Soju and Sox did not have a good day 1, and the rock for the team was Prestivan. It was Goobums, and now Soju's trying to pull his weight today, but he needs those 2 to step up a little bit. We just saw Prestivan with the self-repair, and I actually noted that also Sox took self-repair. So 2 of them are once again kind of contesting the innovators in a sense. At least that's not a composition that is you're gonna have to worry as much about, especially because self-repair can just be an early game way to gain power if you're just running 3 innovators.
Yeah, the contesting each other. They don't have to contest their carries. Innovators is
right.
Super flexible in what carries you can play around, but you pretty much know you're contesting your front line already, and that already feels bad. And of course I'm not gonna say NA is doomed, but just the one sign of it already pointing in a little bit of not great direction. Soju taking a loss, as well as Goobums. Both of them were the ones on the 2-win streak. Now the 2 100 streaking players are Unit and Ketzer, the EU players. So a little bit of a rough start, but it's not doomed yet.
And, you know, now we can take a look at the rest of the augments here. I mentioned that there's 2 self-repairs on the NA team. Magarki grabbed, you know, Ancient Archives, so we can check out and see what they ended up picking up with that emblem. You know, we have a lot more just flexible augments remaining, right? A Phalanx for Ketzer, Phony Frontline for Goobums, and a weak spot for Potable. So, you know, with Adrenaline Rush Mutant, I'm curious if we'll see anybody head that direction. You know, we saw the Cho'Gath carry in the past, and I don't know if that's going to be something that we ever see again in this tournament, especially since we haven't seen it in early Cho'Gath on any boards yet.
Yeah, I want to see some more Cho'Gath. I want to see some more Colossuses. We've been talking about 3 Colossus as a trait, and actually, I believe in game 1, Goobums passed over the 3 Colossus. So, players not quite tapping into that power. I would love to see them do that, hopefully.
All right, but we're jumping on board with Ketzer, and there is, you know, a little twin shot early Lucian. We see the Gunblade has been slammed. So that can go in, you know, quite a few directions. It looks like, of course, it's not going to be a talent angle, which you would see that for on the rerolled end of the spectrum. So more so towards the AP tree out of Ketzer.
Yeah, and he's facing his teammate Unid, who decided to put the Deathblade on the Warwick 2 just for now. Has a Tryndamere as well, but he's gonna lose this. Even though he's super strong, he hit that Warwick 2, he hit the Tryndamere, he hit a Braum, so now he has bodyguard front lines and is pretty strong, except Ketzer is stronger off this Socialite Gunblade Lucian.
Yeah, Socialite Gunblade Lucian able to carry that through. I mentioned probably not a Talon angle, but there's a VIP Talon.
I can help. Him holding these talons, it makes me hopeful. He has Gunblade already. He already has a Talon item. It just depends on what components he gets off Krugs, what he pops from his tome once he decides to get around to that.
That's true.
I'm hopeful. I love talking about Talon. That's all I talk about on stream and all I talk about like on Twitter. So I want to talk about some Talon on cast. Please, Ketzer, you got me. Please let me talk about Talon.
I mean, he is, he's win streaking. There's a good econ setup for him right now. If he naturals into some more Talon, either items or more Talons, there's an opportunity to potentially go that direction if he's really pushed there, but I don't imagine he's going to force it unless it just really seems like the stars are aligning.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing
there's the eggs.
A lot. There's the eggs, and it's 2 components. That's my bad. So As what we've seen a lot of players actually do today is kind of angle the Talon early. Oh, I have a Talon 2 plus an extra Talon, and then immediately push levels and pivot because the item setup isn't quite there for them. So it's, if Ketzer doesn't hit good Talon items here, I actually do expect him to go in that direction as well. Maybe not even end up playing the Talon, just commit to that Lucian-oriented opener. But it is all dependent on Krugs. Sox we see here slammed an Edge of Night on a Talon already, got the recurve bow and the BF sword from the egg. A lot more AD items, has a Frozen Heart option from the tier vest. So looking kind of like an AD flex game for Sox. Pops a tome.
Clockwork again as an option.
Probably Clockwork again.
Yeah.
This is something a lot of players have been favoring. With the Clockwork, you love that boatload of attack speed. You just don't like having to play a Camille, and if you don't have an Innovator setup, which Sox does, in all fairness, you don't like playing the Zillion sometimes. So this allows Sox to get Clockwork now in the first place, and potentially later angle more towards those higher tiers of Clockwork with the 4 and 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think it improves his board quality quite a bit. You get to play this Leona with a Frozen Heart and get Bodyguard in as well. To just try and buy yourself some more time. Sox's board isn't the strongest by any means, but it is, at least reasonable, passable to try and get a couple of kills onto the board, even win some rounds against certain people. This one, I wasn't even really expecting Sox to entirely win, but the self-repair got to just fully go through. He got 2 full tank ups from the Scarab, so really great for Sox to be able to just pick up that win.
Yeah, and off a Deathblade, Edge of Night, and rolling a Static Shiv from Scrap Ezreal 1, Sox feeling maybe not the greatest about his board right now, but definitely has room to spike, and he has really good items. He has a pretty solid setup, but as we're moving over to Potable, he has the Gunblade, he has a Scholar Emblem, has a Tier, has a bunch of Arcanists. I mean, this is looking like a pretty easy AP Flex angle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great setup for the early stages. The only thing that's a little bit, not amazing for this as an AP flex angle is the augment being weak spot. Not going to be your favorite thing to have when playing this setup, but it is still, everything else is aligning pretty well with the Vex having the Titan's Resolve and getting that Gunblade alongside just having the early Arcanist.
It's still workable in Arcanist. Yeah, you don't really benefit from the armor shred, but you don't have to build a Morello, especially with Morello's damage getting nerfed. You like getting anti-heal in other ways, and now you don't have to worry about using a rod to go into that item. And Potable has actually been the player on this team that has been angling more towards the AP, gets offered Forge and Ludens. He can pretty easily take either, is going to choose to pop the Forge, which is so generically strong, has Anima Visage, Infinity Force Gold Collector as his options.
Anima Vex can be kind of crazy, and the other two are not really AP directly focused. I am curious of the pick. I think if it was me, I would just end up picking the Anima and playing Vex with that, so it might be just that is the choice for Potable as well.
I totally agree with this. The Infinity Force and Gold Collector, like you said, not really playing into AP as much, and he does have carry items. It's not like he needs to pick up a carry item from the Forge. He has half of the blue buff is ideally what he's going to want from this tier, and this glove probably going to look at a jeweled gauntlet, so he's got a good carry item set up. But just going back, Potable is the player who has been favoring more the AP tree. He played 4 AP games yesterday, 2 Ahri, 1 Renata, 1 Orianna. So him going in this direction, not particularly surprising.
Oh, not at all. There's another Frozen Heart here for You Need. We see a lot of those in this game already. And that's just getting into the back line, reducing all that attack speed. Now it's a Mutant Warwick with Deathblade and Bloodthirster for You Need. That adrenaline rush of potentially giving a lot more attacks and getting a lot more value out of that ability that Warwick does have.
Wait, that's actually so cool.
It's such a fun thing.
If it weren't for this second augment that he got with the what's it called?
Is that Chemical Overload or is that Chemtech Unity?
It's instant injection, so that's even better.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
one.
That's kind of nuts.
One.
If he didn't get instant injection, he could actually probably look at more of a Kaisa angle later on with slamming that mutant spat, and you can put it on Draven. But with the instant injection, I think that's signaling he is going to just full-on commit to that Tryndamere. Also, with the Deathblade Bloodthirster, he can just straight up put these Warwick items on the Tryndamere once he hits the Tryndamere too, and that's... I feel like that's going to be pretty strong.
Well, he just found a spat as well, and we've seen how powerful the 8 challengers has been in the previous day of this tournament, just winning. I think there were multiple lobbies that were won by 8 challenger. I'm trying to remember. I know we at least saw one from double. That was really, really cool to watch. So we have to keep our eyes out for You Need if they end up being able to get that spat to be a challenger spat and continue that into the late game. But we're jumping on with Magarki. There's a scrap emblem and a socialite emblem, just giving some really easy low effort synergies as well, but also pushing socialite to 3 and potentially can look for 5 and play 5 socialite with this Senna carry.
Yeah, this setup is actually pretty nuts. You have the triple stacked Senna already. This is probably pretty close to best in slot Senna items. The Infinity Edge, Last Whisper just being 2 generically really good 80 carry items. The Rage Blade, so she just chains her casts as well. So not the strongest board right now, is going to get run over by Potable, his teammate, but he has a decent amount of gold to roll on 7. He's going to try and find this upgrade on the Senna onto the Morgana, and for now actually might win this. Potable's damage just all died to the Senna, and the Senna's still cranking.
I mean, she's ramped so hard. Look how fast the Senna's attacking. It's crazy right now with the Ginsu. And even getting through that Vex, I mean, it is still just a Vex 1. When that hits Vex 2, it's going to be an absolute monster for people to try and break through. We got to have our eyes for that as well. But yeah, Magarki in a really good spot. I love that you just point out just how this board has potential to cap out so insanely hard with these emblems.
Depending on his rolls on level 7, honestly, as long as he hits the Senna 2, the Morgana 2, and especially if he hits an Orianna, he's still around 20 gold. He is hard chilling, and then he has the option to go level 8 or just econ back up to 50, slow roll for some of these 3 stars. He has the 4th Lulu. He has the Lulu 3 potential. And this is a great setup for maybe the reroll Senna carry, especially with the Socialite Hex. This backline Hex, that's not in the corner, so you don't need a Trap Claw. This is pretty much perfect for Senna, especially in the middle. You can get some of these great angles with just hitting multiple units in the center, especially around the Morgana. So, really good setup for Magarki here around the Enchanters.
Yeah, it's working great. I think we're going to see a nice little win streak here, especially if Magarki ends up finding that Senna 2. It's going to be a nightmare for everyone else involved in this game having to deal with that. As we kind of just take stock of the HP of everyone, it's a little bit more even this time around. Ketzer, of course, dominating at 100 HP still at the end of stage 3, but Goobums and Prestevent holding on. We asked for them to step up this game, and they do have high HP. They're holding on to a lot of their HP in the early game. Sox and Soju near the bottom of Potable is the one at the lowest HP value at 39, which is quite low at 3.7.
Yeah, and Potable has the AP flex angle, but also has been carrying a Swain with his offensive items. Not exactly what you want to be doing in the mid game. You want to be playing more around the actual backline damage carries, because Swain's just more of a drain tank than anything else. But as we're gonna hop on board with Soju, who is the second lowest in the lobby, doing some level 7 rolling, which we know is kind of uncharacteristic of Soju a lot of games, but in this environment, when you're so low you have to roll here for sure. And he has some potential, not quite hitting a lot of the 4 costs he really wants to, isn't hitting any upgrades, has to pass over a Talon too because it's the VIP and he doesn't want the Talon as the VIP. He much rather would have Draven or Leona. So he has 30 gold left. He has a lot of stuff on his bench, but still looking pretty sketch.
Yeah.
Although this fight is winnable. Magarki doesn't have Morgana too, or actually he just swapped
they took
over
out the
to
Senna.
Draven
Yeah,
carry. Yeah,
they
took
swapped
Senna.
out. Swapped out for Senna. I mean, it is strong right now, right? Those are fantastic Draven items, and
He
still
did
gonna
roll
win
to
against
0.
Soju, but
he rolled to 0 also, and appears to have missed Senna too. So he's just gonna swap over to the Draven.
that makes sense.
You have Draven pair and Senna pair. You might as well just swap over to the Draven carry. Soju as well finally hits the VIP Draven. Honestly, there's a world you keep rolling here. You're on 35 HP. You're on a forward loss. You have to really stabilize. You have so many pairs. Hits a Syndra. Finds an Orianna pair as well. It is pair city for this man right now.
Yeah, and I guess he just wants to not go too far below 30 gold right now, but there's going to be a point where he's going to have to just start to kind of completely roll down to hit that Draven 2 and stabilize this game.
He's considering all his options, but man, this board is just so not it. And he hits Potable, who rolled to 0 and hit RE2. This is something the EU players have been doing a lot. They've been so liberal with how they spend their gold on level 7.
But Ari just cast down and Draven's going to be able to win that.
And Draven wins it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's so big for Soju and so bad for Potable because he rolled to 0. Soju's probably winning this. We'll see how this last cast lines up. Yeah, it should still be a nice little win here for Soju. And he's on 40 gold. So he gets to hold on to his gold. Gets another time where he gets to econ and Potable takes some damage.
So upgraded carries are fake, is what I learned from that fight. Agree?
It was all the positioning, right? Because the Ahri's just casting to the right the entire time at the rest of Soju's board. And Draven just sitting off on the left side gets to start hitting that Ahri for free. I mean, it worked out really well in Soju's favor with how that positioning lined up.
Yeah, as we hop over to Goobums, though, who had the items on the Draven just for a second there, but has decided to swap over to the Sivir. He's seeing probably that Draven is really contested in this lobby. He has 2 Sivers, he has a Jhin, probably doesn't want to play around the Sivir in the end. His setup doesn't really work for it right now. It's more the bodyguards that favor a little more into the Jhin setup, so we'll see where he goes. He only has the one Jhin, has the Sivir pair, so just gonna play around the Sivir for now, but I'm pretty sure at some point playing around this Jhin is just gonna be better.
Yeah. We're definitely in a transition phase because I think there was a Quinn 1 on the right side of Goobum's board that I don't think is really supposed to be in here for very much longer, so we'll see Goobum's probably doing a lot of pivoting in the upcoming rounds here. He doesn't have a lot of gold to work with. In fact, he has 0, but he's got to have probably a better option than a Quinn 1 in the corner.
Yeah, he is level 8, so he does have those super high shop odds, although on 0 gold, at some point shop odds don't matter if you're not seeing shops. And takes a hit off Sojo as well, who we can see is deciding just econ to level 8. He's probably going to have to go level 8 at 4-5 as well, now on 21 HP. Socks at 38 HP as well. Prestevent is the one carrying his Wait for NA this game, up at the top of the leaderboard. So, little bit sketch right now. Oh.
Yeah, Prestevent's got binary, which is really, really going to be nice, especially because, you know, we got those extra components from the egg earlier on, so he's got a good setup for it, and as you can see already, he's getting a lot of value out of this binary, getting 3 completed items for all these fights, which can help explain why he's just in a strong position.
And now can easily hit 4 binary items. This augment has actually been absurdly strong this patch. I've actually been hearing players complain about it. Oh, this guy got binary. He just automatically wins the game because you're getting so many more items from the eggs. This game, everyone got 2 components. That's at least +1 binary item, plus the tome, which could be potentially +1 another binary item. A tome dropping every single game still counts towards binary. That adds to the binary value. So this augment has been insane. Loses to Magarki for now, still playing around the Senna carry.
Yeah.
But This augment probably has one of the highest caps in the game, and Prestivan, we'll see if he can reach that.
Yeah, I mean, Magarki hit that Draven too. We were watching that. They had pivoted out of Senna, started to work towards there, and they hit the Draven too. But now we've got Prismatic Augments right.
Egg.
Let's go, be God. Egg.
There's no way it's actually egg.
Yeah, I mean, there's Radiant items as an offer here. Disintegrator 3 potential there. But it does feel pretty good seeing as how you've got Binary to just get another item.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a little bit off. I think he actually is playing around the Senna because he's probably poking around the lobby, seeing, oh, every 4-cost AD carry is super contested. It's gonna be so hard to work around not the Senna. He's gonna go for this Radiant relics. These choices. I
mean, is it just Spear for like Seraphine?
It might be Spear Seraphine or Chalice.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Chalice for sure. That's the Edge of Night.
That's Edge of Night. What's that? Huh. What's that going on?
I'm curious what his thought is. Like, because it's probably a unit that isn't here yet. It's probably a unit he wants later that isn't currently on his board that he's grabbing that for.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe he's playing for Jinx. I have no idea.
That could make sense. Yeah, I mean, that could be a Jinx angle for sure. It's a good item for her. Probably out of those options, it would have been the best item for Jinx. So if that's kind of the angle that Prestivan wants to lean towards, is trying to get a Jinx on this board, I could understand that.
We'll see. He did win this fight without placing that Radiant item on, so unfortunately it's against Goobum, so a little bit of a team kill. And actually placing that Radiant item on probably is correct to not do. Scale back your board strength a little, but. He got challenged. Okay, this man just got challenger crown.
He hit. Oh wow. My god.
Second mutant emblem as well.
Yeah, so that's what he made with his spat. He made a mutant emblem with his spat, and then he hit the challenger. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
This is gonna be so crazy with the adrenaline. This is such a fun concept too,
has
right?
Nico's
adrenaline
as well
with all that attack speed.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
This is gonna be cool, and he has such good Draven 3 potential. He only needs 2 because he got a Nico, and hits the Draven, so he's gonna have that potential to go upward on the challengers even further. It's one more Tryndamere. Just need one more, and we've got the Tryndamere 3. Buy 2. This is a solid roll down. Missing the Tryndamere, missing the Zac doesn't feel great, but still maintaining some gold. This is okay. He's still got some health to play with.
Yeah, still playing more in the Chemcheck tree than the Challenger tree, but does have the potential to pivot, as you mentioned, with the Draven being found, and then we'll see if he ends up finding a Kaisa later, because that contributes to both Mutant and Challenger. But for now, loose into Sox. Sox has found a Jinx, and Sox has that very strong Jin 2 in the background with pretty decent items. It's not, what you would call BIS or optimal, but they're strong, and Sox is definitely having a good board. As we move over to Goobums, who now definitely the comp looking a little bit more finished up from when we last saw him. He decided to take the Windfall, so he's got a lot of money and just immediately going to go to 9.
Using the Windfall to go to straight level 9. I mean, you're taking an Econ Augment as your Prismatic, so you basically have to get your Power Spike out of going to super early level 9. Finds a pretty good Power Spike with a Silco too, although this might get sketched because there's a blue buff, just chain casting, making everything just do a ton of damage, cast super fast. Yeah, we can see it just going off. If this was a Silco 1, I feel like this is a grief. On a Silco 2, with how big the improvement is on how much attack speed you get, this might actually be pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, normally you don't want it. This actually, they probably lose here, but it was very close because of the fact that Silco cast on the Jhin instead of the Sivir. If it was cast on the Sivir, Goobums wins that. And I think that this isn't grief just because of the fact that it is a Silco 2. And if we can see that continue to happen, see those casts come out quicker, get everything buffed up with the attack speed, you're just going to be doing too much damage for it to matter about the time limit.
I like what he's doing with swapping immediately off the Sivir 2. Like I called out earlier, he doesn't have a Sivir setup. He's just playing the Sivir 2 as a temporary carry for these items. Going to choose to swap them over to the Zeri instead. Choose to play around carrying that unit. It's the VIP Zeri, a cast, and it doesn't stop for the rest of the fight. So and has the Zeri pair as well. That's the carry he's most likely to upgrade. So playing around his carries, playing around what he's hitting pretty well, and the Zeri does a lot of work.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially if he can get to the Zeri too, it's going to be absurd. And even with just the Silco buffing up her attack speed, if that comes down to it, that is probably going to be enough a lot of the time. This is looking like another narrow win here this time against Soju. It was almost going to be a loss because that Draven just picks off the Zeri, but still surviving there. Unid goes down.
Oh,
a couple EU players falling. Soju falling very low as well. But yeah, the challengers are gone.
I guess you need just... Why I called out earlier. He commits to this direction. He just needs to hit. He didn't hit.
Nope.
It'd be like that.
He hit with augments, did not hit with units, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. Prestivan trying to decide which item. There is that frozen heart on the Kaisa there. Tried to take the redemption away from Magark. He was just trying to grief there, but still gets a $5 frozen heart, so that is pretty nice. I don't know if Prestivan was on an angle to go towards that Kaisa. I don't think he was, but we'll see in a moment probably as we go to Sox. Picks up a Death Blade, gonna go to 9 himself.
Yeah, Sox, he hit Clockwork Soul on top of his Clockwork Emblem. Gets Sniper in for the Zeri, playing around the Jin carry. Has the 5 Innovator, has a Frozen Heart Echo, dies of cringe. This is a strong setup for Sox. Yeah, he's 17 HP. Yeah, he's 1.5 lives. This is a strong setup, though. My only worry is the lack of frontline. Your frontline right now is just a bear and a Frozen Heart Echo. But as long as this bear can tank long enough, and you don't need to tank too long when your team has 6 Clockwork and spits out so much damage, he's gonna kill Ketzer right here.
Oh yeah, Ketzer's gonna go down. As Soju shouldn't be able to die hard enough to fall below Ketzer, even if he loses this round. Potable goes down to 1. Soju survives. Look at this. This is the comeback we needed, Riley. 2 EU players down, 7 and 8. Potable, maybe not long for this world at 1 HP. If Soju can hang on long enough, that's going to be 4 of the top 5 going to NA, and that should start to even up the tables just a bit.
Yeah, and NA as well. They've all... Sox and Goobums both going very fast level 9s, really trying to cap out their board in that leveling way. This isn't a super capped board for Sox. It's not got a ton of upgrade 5 costs. He's just got a Jinx 1, Zeri 1, but as long as he can keep Soju alive right here, or he can beat Goobums, then they should be in business to make this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty reminiscent of Soju's second place board in the last game, but it actually probably has a higher cap, because when you're playing the Twitch, eventually, you know, this is a 3-star 1 cost. It's going to cap out. Other people are going to hit things that are a bit stronger, but Sox's Jin as the carry can play for more 5 costs, can play a little bit more flexibly there. So it works out really well for Sox. This is a good potential, even first place board.
And Potable went down, and Soju stayed alive. So now it's EU going out in 6, 7, 8 this time. The comeback potential is still real. Magarki chilling alone at the top of the leaderboard in a 1v4. And he's probably going to outlast at least one of these NA players. A bot 4 not looking likely for him, even with 4 NA players targeting you. But still, this looks rough for Magarki to win a 1v4, especially with Goobums and Sox both going level 9. Sox's level 9 being with a great prismatic combat augment in his back pocket. Prestivan now pushing level 9, hitting a Jinx pair. This Magarki might have a very rough go placing anything above 3rd this game, but who knows? Crazier placements have happened.
Yeah, I mean, Magarki had a pretty strong board, but I'm curious with all of these players going to 9 if Magarki has fallen behind in that sense, because we know he rolled down to 0 relatively early trying to get to that Draven, and he did, but at this point with a little bit of greed from the North American players, has that turned around. There's Magarki at 8, but that is a Zephyr onto the Draven. Prestivan hitting that really nicely, and yeah, just going to be a binary, I think, caused that actually, it looks like. And it should be a win for Prestivan in this fight, as we still see that Kha'Zix running rampant.
Yep, the binary airdrop still for Prestivan. He's got so many binary items, gonna take this win over Magarki. Soju falling in 5th, that's honestly expected. He didn't really get too much going. He had such a huge HP deficit early on, but a 5th for him, not bad. He did his job. Now he can pave the way for the rest of his team to try and kill off Magarki.
Yeah, I mean, everyone else just has to hit Magarki when they go, and hopefully if they're fighting each other, they can try and weaken their boards to protect one another, try and drop down Magarki's placement as much as possible. We see Sox hit a Jace 2. That's going to be good for the power level. Prestevant just not really having any gold to work with as he did force this 9, but being a very strong spot because of this binary. He still might be stronger than Goobums. We'll see. Goobums did hit 9 very early, though.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough. Goobums doesn't have the prismatic combat augments, so he has a strong level 9 board, has a bunch of 5 costs, but the Zeri does pick off the Jace in the backline, and this is looking like a good fight for Goobums. Not quite enough. Goobums is dead. I totally lied. And Sox takes a loss to Magarki as well, so it is going to be on Prestevant. Magarki might pull out the second here. So this board, he is stuck on level 8, but has the Draven 2, has the Orianna 2, still has the 4 Enchanter, 3 Socialite setup. Honestly, though, I struggle to see how Magarki is going to beat Prestevant in the end, so it might just be the top 2 for Magarki, and then the 1, 3, 4, 5 for NA.
Yeah, but I mean, that's solid for Magarki if they're able to just hold on for the second. I think you take that with the way this game played out, with you being stuck on 8, having a hard time finding that carry, but eventually hitting that Draven. And now, you know, with this buffed up buffs from Lulu, just the Aura bot in the backline protecting him, having a very strong setup, but it is just a matter of can you beat Prestevant, and Prestevant has a lot more to do to continue to cap out this board after going to 9.
Yeah, Prestevant's Ghost, the Orianna ult, and the Edge of Night, actually, that Prestevant's Ghost rolled from binary doing work, but actually Magarki beat Prestevant. So, I think Prestevant did weaken his board, though, in order to keep Sox alive, and plus, there's always Ghost shenanigans, so you never know how that interfered with how this fight played out. But now Magarki is going to hit Prestevant for real, so now Prestevant can really spike his board back up, hope that him weakening his board to keep Sox alive doesn't come back to bite them, doesn't make Prestevant eat a second right here, because now he is on 1 life.
It also meant that Prestevant got to pick before Magarki and got the JG Jinx. I'm not sure how that's going to actually affect the board, if it will at all, or if it's just going to be the JG, but still, a potential thing to notice about losing to Sox there very lightly is Prestevant was able to get a better pick.
Yeah, and actually, Magarki, if you look at the matchmaking, I lied. He's not hitting Prestevant. He's hitting Sox.
Yeah, hitting Sox.
And Sox's board is strong. It's got potential, but I believe Magarki took a fight off him earlier, so
yeah, there's been upgrades since. I mean, there was the Jace 2, right?
There's Jace 2. This has potential for Sox.
Yeah, Jace 2. We're gonna watch how the Jhin hits. If the Jhin can maybe get some shots onto the Draven earlier on, we're gonna see those start to fire away. It's not onto the Draven yet, but it does take out the Seraphine, and now the Orianna Shockwave. Yeah, it looks like Sox might be strong enough. It's just the Draven trying to hold on, but no, Sox gets it. Is this going to be enough damage to take out Magarki? Probably not quite yet. It's close. Magarki down to 5 HP, so potentially they can push him down to 3rd. With how strong Sox is, it's just up to Prestevant. Can you beat Magarki hard enough in this fight?
And now it's Prestevant.
In the Jinx 2 with the JG.
Yeah.
So it mattered. The pick order mattered.
The pick order actually did matter. And Prestevant, this board, Jinx 2, all these, how many binary? That is 7 binary airdrop items?
Yeah.
Wow. That's
Once you scrap in, so you get so much shield.
That's a lot of items.
Let's see what we hit. A shroud.
It rolls a shroud right into a clump as well.
Oh, it's right in the middle. Okay, I mean, this is going to be a big win for Prestevant. It has to be with this Jinx 2 coming down, landing in the middle of everything. The Orianna Shockwave hits everything that you want. Kha'Zix running rampant with that Radiant Edge of Night as well, but I don't know, Draven holding on for now, trying to get all the damage, but the self-repair also big, getting more defense in the back line. No, Magarki might have held on, might be able to win. It's just the Jace left. The Jace not able to do it.
But Prestevant
loses to Magarki, but he's alive. He's alive. We still have 3 at single digits, everyone at 1 hit.
Oh my gosh, what a game. All this back and forth of players of Prestevant and Sox trying to keep each other alive and then still beat Magarki. And now we've got 3 seeing Rift Herald.
3 of them seeing Rift Herald. It's going to come down to the final fight, realistically. I mean, it might be 1, it might be 2 fights here in stage 7. But the fact that Magarki was able to win that, able to hold on, is so insane with how strong Prestiven's board is.
And Magarki is hitting Socks. So, I believe this is a ghost, if I have my matchmaking tracking correct. So, Socks, this is going to get so hard, because Socks, I don't think they know who Magarki is hitting as the ghost. So, they have to somehow balance their boards out to not hit each other too hard, and still kill Magarki hard enough that they send Magarki third.
Yeah. They might just both have to play full power and just hope that they both can beat Magarki, but it does give the opportunity for Magarki to win. This is Sox' board. Sox did win last time against this. We'll see if the Shockwave can do work once again. It does, but does the Jhin have the damage to get through? Does the Jinx have the damage to get through? Draven's still alive in the back line, still kicking. The Lulu still healing a ton. Magarki holding on. It looks like Magarki's going to win this round, and Sox ends up being the one who loses to Prestivent. So now it's Prestivent versus Magarki, but can Magarki hold on for a first against all odds here at level 8, whereas everyone else was at level 9?
He might do it. Wait a second.
Binary.
He might get this first.
Binary, right? What does
Yeah.
Binary hit? A lot comes down to these items.
It all comes down to items. If he rolls a Shroud or a Zephyr, it comes down to where that Shroud or Zephyr is placed. RNG, Mortdog, you got us.
Is it NA Mortdog or EU Mortdog? We're going to see in a second here based on the items that Preston picks up. Here comes the fight. There is a Shroud that does hit onto the Lulu. That will delay that just a bit. A quick Silver as well for the Kazakhs is going to help out. And we see a big knock up from the Orianna, and Jinx trying to get the damage down. Still a bit alive for Magarki, but this one is going to go to Prestivent. Going to take that first for NA. So make it a 1-3-4-5. And that's a big comeback here in game 3.
They're going to get some points back. Prestivent taking that win off the back of the binary airdrop, off all these items he rolled. The Orianna ult finally getting the Draven into a spot where the Jhin can just whack away at it and take it down. So huge win for NA. Yeah, they ideally would have liked to send Magarki third. They were trying to work around that with how they were playing each other and how they were playing around the matchmaking. Didn't quite work out, but at least they got the first. They got that bounty, which, keep in mind, they're still playing for that 500 for their team for that first, and they get that extra point out of it. That's going to potentially be instrumental in a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it was talked about how NA's team play had left a little bit to be desired, but it felt like it was a lot better in this game number 3, starting to spearhead that comeback. I think the scores are going to be relatively close after that game, making up, the 12-point deficit. We'll see in a moment once those are all kind of tallied up, but first we're going to just take a look at that comp once again. From Prestivent, taking the win. P-God bringing it back for PP God after that great performance in day 1, having a rougher day 2 so far, but game 3 bringing it completely back.
Yeah, finally pulling his weight like he was today. Didn't have the greatest games 1 and 2. Game 3, at some point, it's partially the augment RNG because of hitting the binary airdrop, having self-repair, having radiant relics. These are some pretty crazy augments for Prestivent, but you still have to play well around your high roll. Just because you high roll doesn't guarantee you get first.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw with the radiant relics picking something for the future, for a unit that he didn't have yet, and that helping out quite a bit. But there we go. The gap is closed.
Wow.
Back to just a 2-point difference. It's essentially even at this point. Almost wiped slates clean. Just a small advantage for Aegis going into game number 4 and 5. And, well, at least the hopes for a very hype and epic game 5 are still well within our grasp, because there's just one more in between. And unless we see a 1-2-3-4 for one of the teams, the gap cannot be unbreakable.
Props to Magarki, though. He's the only person in this series who has top forward all 3 games so far, sitting at the top of the individual leaderboard with 19 points, 4 above Sox and Soju tied for second. He's really been pulling his weight this game, playing around that 1v4 actually really well. At some point, in that 1v4, you almost expect to eat a third or potentially a fourth, even with how the HP worked out. But he played around all these players targeting him to get to a second. So big credit to Magarki for how he's playing today.
Yeah, I mean, it was really awesome to see him still manage to hold on for that second. Being stuck at level 8, had to roll a lot of gold early, kind of pivoting out of that Senna when he noticed that, hey, I'm not hitting this Senna, I'm not hitting enough Sennas on this roll down. Let's just go to Draven. The items are still basically perfect Draven items. And if we can just get to Draven 2, it's going to work great with these enchanters, with the socialite. It's still going to be incredibly strong. Eventually gets there. Cool itemization on the Morgana as well with the double Archangel. So just that shield is so massive. And Magarki, it had to come down to a lot of positioning in the end too, because you're playing against 2 level 9 compositions, 3 level 9 compositions, and navigating your way to a second from there. I mean, it can't say enough good things.
Yeah, playing around the Enchanter Flex very well. We called out on his 4-1 roll down, he missed Senna too. As unlikely as that is, you did still miss, and you still have to play around it. On 0 gold, level 7, decides to swap over to the Draven carry, playing around, I have my front line pretty much set. I can't find the backline I need. Let's play into a different backline, playing around what he hit very well. That is quintessential TFT, and Magarki playing it to that second, very impressive.
All right, well, with that, let's jump into game number 4 here at Mortdog Madness between Aegis and PP God to see who is going to have the lead going into our game number 5, our 5th and final game. So this game number 4, very important for setting yourself up, and it's a much bigger egg this time around.
Slightly big egg. I don't remember when this one hatches. This is either going to be a hatching on stage 3 or hatching on stage 4. Either way, we're getting full items from this egg, and that's going to be a later power spike in the game. Players already kind of having their items set up, and then they have to get these full items, have to work it into their boards. So a little bit of craziness earlier than we see from the super big hatching on 5-7 egg. So this could get nuts. Could.
I mean, yeah, speaking of items, it's cybernetics for mutant, right? So this is another one of those kind of traits that gets stronger due to these eggs giving you items, giving you more things, more tools. It's stronger due to your tome of traits as well. And so because of that, cybers can be a good option if we see someone kind of lead towards that mutant tree.
Yeah, and as we take a look at our first augment choice, oh look, it's more silver augment openers. You know, it's fine. Yeah, we kind of want to see, as casters, as spectators, some of the crazy prismatic openers, see how game warping that can be. But for Precedent, has the self-repair option again. If he wants to hard force the innovator direction. Also has pirates if he really wants to gamble. I don't think we're gonna gamble on pirates, but yeah, one can hope.
Self-repair feels like just a good option again. I mean, we just saw how strong it was to have that in the early stages of the game, and even in the late game, if the bear ever comes back, I mean, it's just massive that you get that extra tankiness in the front line for an innovator's comp. And we even saw that the contesting between Prestivan and Sox didn't really matter because they just played different carries, they played different things in their backline, and realistically, you know, just having the innovators being the main focus of the comp didn't matter so much at all. You just both can get your 2 stars relatively easy at that point in the game, and now both having self-repair just helps a lot.
Yeah, and this is, again, one of those augments that kind of forces you into a direction, but Innovator's a lot easier to play around than what Unique was doing last game with the On Guard. The On Guard forces you so hard into one direction with your front line and your back line, because challengers are pretty much your whole board. You're splashing in Chemtechs as well, but that Chemtech is so centered around that specific carry setup. With the self-repair, Innovators are such a flexible front line that even with taking this quote-unquote the super directioned augment that forces you into one trait, there's still a lot of options Prestivan has with it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the side of our screen here, Riley. You can see that Soju has a 129 HP. So some tiny titans going on there, potentially opening up for Soju to go for a more loose streak heavy gameplay and not worry so much about dying as quickly. We'll see more augments as we go through. Here's Ketzer with the phony front line, so just very open-ended with this one.
Yeah, a lot of flexible augments, and we'll see those pop up on the graphic on the carousel. But Ketzer with the phony front line, it's not in a Darkstar lobby. If this was a Darkstar lobby, then okay, Ketzer has a super strong setup. We see at the top of our screen, yeah, Dragon Egg will hatch on 4-7. That will give, I believe, 1 Radiant item and 1 completed item, so potential for some crazy item setups. But for now, as we're taking stock of this, Ketzer and Prestevent are both opting not to level super aggressively. Prestevent just playing around, hey, I want to hit some 1 cost, so I want an extra level 3 shop. Has found the Casadin 2, potentially off of not having an aggressive early level, having those extra 1 cost odds. So Prestevent taking the win here over Ketzer's pretty weak board, even though he's on level 3 as well. If he can continue that win streak going, great setup.
Yeah, looking really good, trying to get that extra gold, and Ketzer finds a Caitlyn too, so that'll increase the power quite a bit, especially with the phony front line helping to buy more space, potentially get multiple shots out of Caitlyn, and definitely a good early game unit. Scrap gonna go in with the Blitzcrank on top of that. We'll see if Ketzer decides to scrap an item as well, just because there's not really anything ready to slam just yet.
This Caitlyn 2 is actually a really good setup for Ketzer, even if he's loose streaking. This Caitlyn 2 will kill units. That is one of Caitlyn's biggest strengths. That snipe does so much damage, it's almost guaranteed to kill a unit. And Caitlyn's main setup that she needs early is just good frontline. And with the scrap, with this Swain buying it a little bit of time with the phony frontline, this Caitlyn against a stronger opponent, Magarki's not particularly strong, there's potential for her to get multiple casts off, kill multiple units, or even just straight up win a fight.
Yeah, Magarki going to be fortunate enough to actually take out some of these units here. Potentially even has a chance. Ooh,
multiple
that
casts?
Mystic shot. That Mystic shot.
Yeah.
Almost hit.
That's
Caitlyn got there, though.
It has potentially that could have messed with some streaking. Magarki towards the middle of the pack, and Ketzer was on a 2-loss streak at that point. We'll see if he can continue a win streak off that, then he'll be fine. But let's look over at some of the augments. We got some interesting ones, Cass.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got Mercenary Heart for you need. We got Enchanter Heart, so we can see Potable potentially go in that Enchanter direction. I've really enjoyed the Enchanter Flex gameplay, actually. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's really cool. But other than that, it's mostly just kind of the flexible augments, right? Ascension, we see a Treasure Trove, we see an Electric Charge, right? Just those kind of standard things. But the spicy one is the Mercenary Heart for you need.
Yeah, and of course, we'll have to check in with him if he hit, when he's going to cash out, if he plays Mercenaries at all, because we've seen some finding Mercenaries early, and then not hitting for forever with, I believe it was Magarki, was it Magarki or Ketzer in earlier in the series who took that Mercenary emblem off a tome and then just didn't hit it for
no
forever.
mercs.
Yeah. So it's when he gets in that Mercenary is going to be dependent, although if he still cashes that out, then he's going to be chilling. We've not seen Mercenary go first, but it's still going to be a good setup to go top 4 if he gets that in soon.
Yeah, and Potable playing the Enchanters has a TG and a blue buff as the items right now, so none of the crazy Enchanter things we've seen with Lulu in the past, with just kind of the redemptions and the lockets there, but with plenty of time to find more of those items, and TG, of course, being incredibly flexible because it's every item.
Yeah, pretty much. It is, in fact, every item. And
it's so every item.
As we hop on board with Goobums, he is on a 4-win streak on an all 1-star board. Is this not just classic Goobums right here?
Yeah, I mean, look at this. You got Yordles in as well, but because you have the Vex and the Gnar as 2 of them, this is actually very strong. Twin Shot so strong in the early game with the Lucian and the Corki, but because these are all 3 costs, it's going to be hard for Goobums to find upgrades, and his stage 3 might result in like kind of the inverse of stage 2, right? We see the win streak in stage 2, then people hit their 2-star 2 cost, 2-star 1 cost, those kind of things, and then in stage 3 we see Goobums start to lose streak. But it depends. I mean, if we get any big hits, like even just a Corki 2, could maybe change that and make the win streak continue a little bit longer. But fortunately for Goobums, win streaks all the way through Krugs.
Yeah, hits Unid, who did finally get in Mercenaries. We can see the chest on his bench. And yeah, Goobums has the all 1-star board, but like you said, it's all 3 costs. 1-star 3 costs are still super strong in Stage 2. The issue comes in, how is he going to scale his board into the mid-game? For now, hits a double Gangplank shop.
Yeah.
So he does have some pairs. He has, now this Gangplank pair, he has a Corki pair, he has the Rabadon's on the Corki, so that Corki is itemized. Also has 4 Arcanist potential to get in around the Vex, and he has the Malzahar, and so he has potential to spike his board for the mid game as long as he hits his pairs.
Okay, it was 2-5 that those mercs got in, so the chest is still very small. The thing about buying these 2 GPs is it might mess with the econ that Goobums has, so he might not even take this pair. Yeah, it possibly just doesn't get it. There we go. Yeah, he finds something to sell, goes and grabs the pair. That's good. With the twin shots in, it feels really good to get that, because if you get an early GP2 here, that might be a way to extend your win streak into Stage 3.
Yeah, I imagine he's gonna level here, get either the 4 Arcanists or the twin shot in. I actually wouldn't be opposed to even rolling here. I know Goobums is probably not going to, but you have so much room to spike, and also depending on which upgrade you hit, can depend on whether you play the 4 Arcanist or the 3 twin shot. For now, he is just gonna level. He's not gonna opt to get any rolls in, just gonna play the 4 Arcanist. And I do like this. He does have 2 of his teammates in his pool, so he actually doesn't really want to spike super hard right now. If this was ladder, you 100% can roll here. You can opt to really spike your board, just absolutely smash the lobby through Stage 3. But it's a team format. He doesn't want to smash his team. Is gonna take just a 2-0. As long as...
he really needs to win this, though? Yeah, the Swain's got it. Okay.
It's just a 2-0. That's really good. If he had rolled and spiked there, then he probably 6-0 Socks, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, if Goobums can keep winning from there, it's just so good to keep this win streak going, especially because a lot of times when you see these heavy 3-cost boards entering Stage 3, they actually do start to lose quite handedly unless they find the upgrades. So Goobums just trying to hang on as much as they can. We're going to check out Sox' board as we just saw him in that fight. He had Treasure Trove out the gate, so his econ's in good shape, and he's just kind of playing an early Syndicates board with that Zyra 2.
Yeah, he's not quite hitting the Ashe 2, is opting not to go in too much deeper. He does have a good amount of upgrades, has Zyra 2, has some upgraded frontline, also has Unid in pool and is just going to hit Unid, and it does not matter that his carry is not upgraded. But this board is not bad for Sox, and I want to see if he's going to opt into re-rolling this Ashe or just using an Ashe 2 to go level 7, level 8. I want to say he's going to go in the push levels direction. If he was opting to reroll, he'd probably be rolling a little deeper for Ashe 2, but for now, I think him wanting to save his econ this hard, I think that actually indicates he's going to try and push levels. But Sox does have reroll in his back pocket. It's not his favorite style, but he can pull it out.
We go.
So
let's go!
This Prismatics, and this choice might actually open up Sox to wanting to push levels with the high-end shopping, and it'll reward him saving his econ. So
yeah,
interesting choice.
I mean, he's got pretty high HP in this game, so it is definitely an option to go high-end shopping. I mean, he's got some Scholars already. You could play Scholar Soul, but I just don't know. I mean, yeah, 4 and 6 are better now. Potential option there. It's probably just not Band of Thieves. End of the day, it is more items, though, and items are good, but I guess you just get so many items right now that Band of Thieves tends to not be good, because where do you even fit those Thieves Gloves?
Yeah, the Thieves Gloves don't really go on good units right now, so especially an already kind of underwhelming augment with pretty underwhelming usage on this board, but he's actually going to opt for Scholar Soul. This is pretty classic Sox. He is going to opt for what is strongest right now rather than what my highest potential cap is. Scholar Soul not bad with this Ashe. I mean, Ashe chain casting, you're never upset about that. It can potentially go towards a 6 Scholar with AD direction later. Honestly, it would be pretty cool to see.
Okay, but Magarki on a big win streak with these Cybers. We'll see if Sox can actually end it. He's got a lot of damage, and this Ashe is still shredding through. It actually looks like Sox is in a good position here to end the win streak for Magarki, which is great for Team PP God to kind of shut that down.
Yeah, you can actually see with the 4 Scholar, Ashe is currently casting with 3 autos and some change. That is a very quick Ashe cast.
Okay, there's a spat. We'll have to keep our eyes out for that with all these emblems running around. See if somebody grabs that. tries to go towards even more traits being added, especially with the tome showing up in about a stage and a half at this point.
Yeah, it's looking like no one's really wanting to grab the spat for now. Magarki is going to be the one that finally takes it.
Let's take a look at these augments, though, and kind of see, take stock. You know, Potable, grab Blue Battery 3, so that will be huge. But most of this is pretty open-ended. Really, it's only the Scholar Soul that pushes someone specifically in that Scholar direction, and that's Socks. Magarki grabbing Band of Thieves. I know we talked about how do you fit those in. Well, we're looking at it right now just for the bruisers to get more tank up on that front line.
Yeah, and the Steve's Gloves, yeah, you can roll whatever items. It's super flexible, but I do like it on these frontliners. As long as they're good frontliners, for now, the Sedge and the Alawi too, they're fine. They're decent holders of the Thieves Gloves, but they are just good flexible users of a decent number of items. Rolling tank items or the AP feels really good. On a lot of carries, you only really feel good rolling just AP or just AD items. With these frontliners, you have a bigger variety of items you can roll. So if you're going to take this Band of Thieves, if you're going to use the Thieves Gloves, these are probably the best users for them.
All right, and Goobums is on 7 here at 3-5. Grabbed Phalanx 3 as their option. So incredibly tanky backline there. He put everything in a cluster, and those bruisers just can't get through all the resists.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be some pretty interesting boards. Again, it's not the same.
Cashed.
It's not the same craziness that we've gotten in the previous days. It's just opening up the creativity. How some of these, even without the egg hatching right now, the players are being creative in how they're building their boards around their augments, and this is what we love to see at these really high levels of TFT.
You need, though, got so close to cashing there. You saw the entire lobby jumped over to take a peek there as he had a 1-unit loss. He has found a Jhin that he has been able to put on the board to play snipers, but no items for it whatsoever. So it is just the power of the forecast. And Goobums, we just saw how tanky his board is, and he found a Kaisa. He found a Kaisa, which is Goobums has been kind of just playing Kaisa and Kaisa only all tournament, and getting it this early on 7. That's going to be huge, but this fight's still very close. It will still go to Goobums. Just, you know, no items on the Jhin. Maybe actually just making all the difference here because his shots were hitting pretty much Goobums' entire board.
Yeah, and Goobums almost losing that fight actually to the Quinn hitting the Kaisa. Has actually been kind of not a super secret tech, but Quinn just being such a huge counter to Kaisa because of her naturally high base attack speed. The Quinn will always alter, disarm her, and Kaisa, when she needs to be auto-attacking, that's just decreases her damage. A quick call out I'm gonna make: Potable has an Ahri with blue buff on bench. I think he was inting for you need, but him a little bit lower on HP and also not hitting you need gets a little bit sketch.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, right now 3 of the bot 4 are Aegis, and you need in a tough spot to cash out. He's his board isn't incredibly strong, and he's got to get there. He has a lot of gold, so he could roll down to try and find the strength, and he actually gets a Jhin out of that golden bubble there, and that might make all the difference if he just hits that Jhin too. He's got some items now that can potentially go on it as well if he wants, but also just finding items for Renata and leaning towards that direction.
Yeah, he just needs 1 tier and he's completed the classic Renata item build. The thing is, I've been hearing some players say this Renata build actually isn't as good anymore. The blue buff Gunblade are still plenty good, but Morello's damage going down actually doesn't really feel that good putting this item on her on top of nerfs she's seen. So actually building a 3rd damage item is something I know a lot of players have been leaning towards. On the other hand,
okay,
Ketzer's got him.
Was able to take out all of their strength. Ketzer's got him.
So
this is good team play from Aegis. Cash out you need.
What can you do? He's out. But the thing is, this isn't even a huge chest. He only got Mercs in on 2-5. So we've seen some really good small caches and also some pretty bad large caches, so it just depends on what's in the chest.
Yeah. Well, so is it still 10 loss, and you need is on 50 gold while cashing out? I think that is the big note, right? Like, this is so much that you need is going to have to do to work to make this board crazy good, but he's got a lot of resources. So we're going to see what he does straight away to try and increase the value. That's another tome, so we're just going to get even more of those. And remember, this egg is hatching in about 5 rounds.
Yep, and honestly, there's a... he'd have to sack 2 more rounds to do it, but he could have feasibly gone 4-5 level 9. That I don't know if that's the play. His board is so unupgraded. Yeah, I totally agree with these rolls here. You need to find some semblance of a stable board, even if you are going to fast 9 off of it. Is going to hit Sox, who went very fast 8, went for the pushing level strategy off the Ash 2 rather than re-rolling her. Took one of the fastest level 8s you can find, and even into you needs also level 8 Renata 2.
Ooh.
This Ash is killing a lot of units. Does this Ash have this?
She might win. Yeah, because this cast is going towards the Orianna. I think Ash is going to get there.
Oh,
Ooh,
she lived through Caitlyn?
Snipe. The Caitlyn snipe, she lived, but is it enough? I don't know. One more hit, one more shot. It's getting there. Yeah, wow. Sox wins that.
Syndicate.
So putting more damage on you need. That's crazy to get there. We're going to check out Magarki playing 5 mutant with items on just about everything, and absolutely having them on all of the mutants at the very least, getting so much value out of the cybers.
The win there for Sox is so crucial. Even after you need caches, putting him on 2 lives, he's not finding the insane power spike back from the loss streak you usually want with Mercs quite yet. He has room to get there. He still has some gold. He still has a pretty unupgraded board that he can eventually upgrade. But for now, he's unupgraded. So him now on 2 lives, if he doesn't get something going soon, could still potentially die even on the Merc cash out. Crucial win for Sox there.
Yeah, watching Sox again, this time against Magarki. You do have the Kazakhs in the backline doing a lot of work, but the Ashe is still relatively untouched, finally taking some damage from the Gnar, and yeah, 2 rocks gonna take him down, but it's still a very close fight until that last rock came through. Bowling going and taking everyone down. That's a strike from Magarki. We come back to the carousel and we see our very first 5 costs.
Power of the 5 mutant cybernetic enhancement on a Gnar, plus the 2 striker, plus the socialite. Yep, we're going bowling with a lot of damage from that rock.
Okay, but you need able to grab the Jace with the tier. Magarki gets a Zeri with a sword. We'll see if those 5 costs end up getting played or if it's just for the items. That's always kind of an interesting thing to see. I mean, there's reasonable items for both of the units, a tier for Jace or a sword for Zeri. And we're about to get our eggs and our final augments as well.
This is a fun little team play that has been taken advantage some, but especially in this setup where all of NA's top 4, all of EU is bot 4, you can coordinate which components you're taking from Carousel, and you see the players kind of floating around. You can imagine they're talking to each other about what they want.
Yeah, but this is big for NA. You pointed it out that NA has the top 4 slots, EU the bottom 4. We heard Panda and Mort talk about this scenario and how even though if you're at the bottom and lose streaking, you can be turning around the econ, starting to come back into the game. The problem is you're still going to hit your teammates and they're very low. And so it more generally becomes one of these EU players might spike, end up getting first. But on average, most of them are going to die first. But Ketzer, very strong here, takes a huge chunk out of Soju.
He found his Gen 2. Soju hasn't quite found an upgraded carry yet, excuse me. He has the Sivir pair, which we've kind of been calling this out. Players with their Sivir pair, with their Sivir 2, and they're not trying to stick into it. Because, yeah, you need to lose again. And more prismatics! Egg! Please. Please, double egg. I'm down.
Soju, he had a Sivir on this board, didn't he? Disintegrator might be really nice for him if he's continuing to play that direction. But maybe yeah, he needs more eggs on this bench, actually. There's not enough eggs. He's about to lose his egg.
Aww.
He needs another egg.
Bench. Right. I'm falling asleep. This Soju guy doesn't want to be entertained.
Oh, he also has back foot. Okay, yeah. I mean, you have to go Disintegrator. It's so much attack speed, so much damage coming from that. Since the Disintegrator's damage, it just scales on attack speed. That's it, right? It's just every hit deals % health damage. So with the back foot 3, Disintegrator 3, that's pretty insane for Soju.
I know, but egg. I
want egg, though.
I want egg.
All right, but we do see does end up getting some loaded dice. Finds Silco 2. See if that's enough. Going up against Goobums, who has gone fast 9 once again. This might be a weak point for Goobums, so I feel like should be able to win this, but Goobums is level 9 with 20 gold. They're going to be scaling up. That was level up picked for them, which makes sense as to how they got there on that 9 on 4-6.
Yeah, both these players are down combat augments as their last prismatic, but you need able to find 2 dice, able to find the Stilko 2 off that, nowhere close to Renata 3, which might be what I was kind of hoping for. Does survive to see his egg hatch though, does find a Zac upgrade, finds a Radiant Zeeks and a Sunfire. I imagine that's a Reforge on the Zeeks. It doesn't really do much for this Renata board, and he has 2 Reforgers. He has a couple options, although you never know. He can low roll his Reforgers.
Yeah, it's possible, but that's, I mean, the nice part about getting 2 is you've got 2 chances to hit an item you actually like.
Yeah, we'll see what he hits. We'll see if he can spike this back. He is now on 1 life, on 10 HP. Does end up getting a Shroud potential.
Yeah, you can play 2 Shrouds.
Yeah, you can play 2 Shrouds, and then you don't have to worry about your positioning too much. You can always just stick it on the Sejuani, gives a little bit of tank stats. Has the Tome to pop as well. He's gonna need to get this going though. Finds a Vi2. That's gonna be crucial. Yeah. You need to get that in probably. Well, we need to see what he gets from the Tome first. Actually, gonna sell off the Jace. Doesn't really have.
Oh, so not gonna play Enforcer.
Yeah. This is a little bit slow.
Yeah, I mean, not all the items are in right now. Didn't do the Reforges and only on 10 HP, so can't afford to actually lose at all. This is going to be a triple Chalice Lulu up in the front here, trying to get one more cast off. Doesn't quite get there. The Jhin dealing a lot of damage, but Renata still kicking. This should be just fine for Unid. Going to take down that win against Ketzer and hold on, so we'll have time to actually adjust all of these items, all this craziness on the bench.
It doesn't punish him now, but he did get Bruiser Emblem from the tomes, so maybe him selling the Jace there will end up hurting his board potential later on. So some of the dizziness we can see happen. You're getting so many things at once. You need to be decisive in order to make it work. It doesn't punish you need this fight. Could down the line.
Yeah, and we jump on to Potable's board, playing 5 Enchanter. Looks like Radiant Thieves Gloves there on the Kassadin. So I don't know if it ends up being the best target for it, but it is going to be some big items on that Kassadin.
Yeah, Radiant TG is actually one of the best performing Radiant items. You're getting 2 Radiant items out of it. You don't control what they are, but you're getting 2 Radiant items, and it's not like you really control what Radiant item you're getting in the first place.
Radiant items are good.
You don't say.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I know. It's a hot take I have, but you know, works out really well, and it makes sense that TG is good. It feels like maybe Kassadin isn't going to end up being just the best target for this to be on, but at the time that Potable received this, yeah, looking on the board, probably was the best target for the Radiant items.
And I'll call out Potable hit Meditation 3 as well. It's one of the best augments you can hit for an AP board. Everything, chain casting, even an Ari without a real damage item with just blue buff Gunblade still just churns out the cast, still just gets a bunch of damage from having all those orbs out. So Potable, yeah, he's on 11 HP. The board isn't super capped out. He's just now hitting Morgana too. But you can climb some placements from there.
Well, we found the Kaisa 2.
Yep.
Goobums is spiked. Goobums is there.
It's the Goobums spike.
Has the Shroud, has the Radiant Trap Claw there. Gonna see what they get. Chemtech, and so they can make a Chemtech Vi. Gonna give that damage reduction to that front line, just get even more tankiness. But it's all gonna be the Kaisa show, dealing so much damage. Has the extra HP, but no, Draven got onto her. So Sox actually might end up getting this win against Goobums. Still very close. It looks like Goobums with the Jace 2 gonna find it in the end, but still incredibly close fight, and Sox won't take too much damage.
Very close fight. Sox has
Potable's
the
out.
future sight as well. Potable just dies. Unid is on a win streak now. Ketzer takes a fall as well. All of EU is on
they're
one
on
life.
1 life.
Wow. They're going to be killing each other off eventually, so they really have to figure out who's going to have the best chance at spiking back. Honestly, it's probably Unid. He's the one who had the Merc cash. He's the one who's win streaking right now. But there's a world that you go 6, 7, 8 again, and that's really going to spice things up going into game 5.
I mean, if NA just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, then EU has to respond with 1, 2, 3, 4 to win the tournament. So, I mean, this is really big. This is high stakes in game number 4. Can Magarki, Unid, or Ketzer hold on? And maybe, I mean, they need one of these people to get a first to try and keep the points as even as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Unid has found the level 9, is on a bit of a win streak, has now an Assassin Tom Kench, which is, this got played yesterday. This is one of the really cool interactions with Assassin Spat.
8 Bruiser.
Yeah. 8 Bruiser, Assassin Spat, Tom Kench, a Silco 2, all buying time for a stacked Renata.
I mean, this can do it. This can win. This is a winnable board, especially if we get to that Victor 2.
But he's got to go up against Goobums, who gets a really good shroud onto the Victor and the Silco. Misses the Renata, but the shrouding the Silco is probably correct here. But has the Jace 2, has the Kaisa 2. Kaisa not doing that much.
Yeah, the only thing is Silco going to be kind of a double-edged sword here? Is it going to be rough overall because he's casting so fast, but there's so much HP that most of these things are actually exploding instead of staying alive and ending the fight? It seems like it's still really good. Of course, it's just more HP, more attack speed. It works out. Everything's so durable. And Unid still hanging on. Magarki falls. Ketzer 1 life.
As strong as Goobums' level 9 board is around all these upgraded 5 costs, this 8 Bruiser team for Unid, it's just too tanky, and especially when Kaisa doesn't have any sustain. Her build is Static Shiv Rabadon's Jewel Gauntlet. Where's the sustain in there? She's just not going to have the survivability to ramp up enough to cut through this tanky of a team. So the next challenger is going to be Prestivan, who took Assassin Crown with a dragon.
With Ori.
Playing with Assassin Ori? Hold up.
Is it big crit? Oh, no. There's so much HP. There's just so much HP. It doesn't actually do enough, but there is the dragon, there is the fear, there is a lot of damage for Prestivan. It's just, can you cut through all this? And the answer is just no. Like, the damage coming out from the Ori is insane, but you can't quite cut through all of it. But the self-repair went off!
Dragon?
The self-repair went off!
Dragon!
Oh my god, the dragon's alive! Oh,
the dragon's gonna win!
It's gonna kill Unid!
Well, I think as Unid's alive, Unid's alive.
He's alive, he's alive. It's still stage 5. Oh my gosh, yeah, it's still stage 5. If it's stage 6, he's dead, but...
Yeah. Oh, wait. Sock's taking a hit. He's on 1 life. Gets triple tank, though. This is probably... I want to say this is almost best in slot dragon that Sock's could have gotten. No items onto a Leona, can put probably 2 tank items there. I want to imagine he's going to put the Warmogs on this Braum. Really take advantage of having the Radiant Dragon slot and the Bramble. That's going to be an unkillable Braum. A Leona that's going to tank a bunch as well. That great item setup for Socks to maybe hang on here.
Yeah, maybe so. Has the future sight, as you know, we see there, to be able to try and make sure that they can hold on, especially if they think they're powerful enough. But they're going up against Unid in the pool,
and he knows
he's fighting. That this is the fight. So can Socks set up to win this?
He has the Radiant Zephyr off the future sight, has reforged into a Radiant Jewel Gauntlet.
His team can scout for him, so Unid might not even know.
Oh yeah, and now he's got to be telling his team that none of you are fighting Unid. I am positioned for someone else.
Let's see if Socks can do it. We saw that last move, trying to get the Zephyr in the right spot.
Oh, he didn't get to position, though. The assassin
the
Tom Kench is on the Draven, gonna just one-shot that. That might mean Socks can't win this. Oh, no.
Yeah, Socks gonna go out. Unid hangs on, but this bodes well for our Game 5 being closer. So, you know, we're happy about that at the very least. It's not gonna be a blowout, as Unid's gonna take out Socks. Ketzer gonna fall, though, but I think Socks got hit harder. Yes, he did, absolutely. So that's gonna be Socks in 6th, Ketzer in 5th. And now Unid just has to keep fighting onward with this 8 Bruiser Renata board. It is so strong, and there's the Victor 2.
Yeah, Unid versus the world, and this is going to make Game 5 closer. I think NA's still going to have the lead going in. Don't quote me on that, because doing math on broadcast is infamously just not it. But especially if Unid can pull this back into a first. This board is nuts. This board can pull back into a first, especially with the Tom Kench continuing to just generate items for this man. This board hasn't even capped out.
Okay, but that is a 2-star Victor. A lot of 2-star 5 costs joining for Goobums. And yes, there is not sustain on this Kaisa, but with all of the damage, maybe there is enough. Maybe they can get through. Maybe they can take this down, but it doesn't look like it. It's just so much tankiness, and Goobums is just dead. Goobums is out, and it is down to Soju and Prestivan.
Just completely smacked into the force. Goobum's gonna just... You take your fourth and bow out there, but now it's down to Soju and Prestivan. They've got a lot of health to work with. I honestly don't know if it's possible for these two, though.
Oh,
this board is...
Remember, Soju, back foot, and disintegrator.
Oh,
This
true.
is percent HP damage, and they're both the prismatic version. So this bruiser HP doesn't matter as much against Soju if he has the attack speed, if he has the units that can pump all that out. Now, Jin doesn't take great advantage of it, but he's eaten by Tahm Kench immediately. The Zeri can do a lot of work here if it avoids the Tahm Kench. It can really shred through all this board, but no, it is just the Victor doing way too much. So even though Soju has a great setup of augments to try and deal with it, the board just cannot stand up to this Victor, to this Renata, to this Tahm Kench.
Yeah, Soju, probably the best that fight could have gone. He got the Draven away from the Tahm Kench. The Vi didn't aggro onto it. But Unid is just too strong, and I don't think Soju can do it. Prestivan taking a pretty bad loss to Unid as well. This almost feels inevitable that Unid is going to take that cash out back to the first place.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Prestivan win against Unid earlier with that self-repair, but that was before the upgrade of the Victor to a 2-star. And I don't know if Prestivan has found meaningful upgrades that would lead to him actually taking down Unid. Like Soju is either fighting Prestivan or the Ghost. Looking for that 2-star Galio as really the only upgrade outside of this level 9. So I guess, yeah, there's 2-star 5 costs would be the most capped board Soju could do.
Yeah, it gets the Echo in just for the scrap, which... playing a 3 cost as your level 9 doesn't feel insane, but getting 2 scrap in with this many items on the board is going to still be a ton of value from the shields. Going to be facing Prestivan's Ghost, and hopefully Prestivan doesn't beat Soju right here. That's probably the worst case. This dragon is... We've been calling out how strong Innovator Flex has been all weekend, and a dragon especially doesn't quite do it. Will keep Soju on the 16
Soju
HP,
lives.
but Prestivan takes another loss to Unid. I don't know if this one's doable. I think it's just a first for EU.
I mean, it feels like it is a first for Unid. I'm trying to think of the win condition here. Prestivan has 50 gold, so he can still go to 9. He can still try and cap this out more. He needs to start now, I think, if he's going to do anything, unless he's just going to lose to Soju.
Yeah, this plays into who Soju and Prestivan think will have the best chance against Unid. And they have to be talking about this, and I'm genuinely not even sure.
I mean, Prestivan has a lot of gold to try and cap out further, but it looks like this is just a full-on fight against Soju. I feel like Soju will win this for right now. Prestivan had maybe an opportunity to become stronger than Soju, but at the very least, it is a tough spot. This is actually a lot closer than I was expecting, but it should still just be that Draven taking this down. Prestivan gonna fall. Almost lived. That would have been maybe best case, is Prestivan also lives and can try and build up that board even more. But now, what can Soju do to deal with the 8 bruisers? It feels like not much, especially with only 7 gold.
Yeah, and honestly, at some point, Prestivan dying here might have actually been better, because then they can guarantee that, hey, Soju is going to be the one facing Unid. We don't have to play around Prestivan potentially hitting Unid, and maybe Soju then hitting Unid's Ghost, and then having to go a second fight. They're just going to end it right here. And I think Soju doesn't... He's not likely to spike his board more, but if he hits this Galio too, that might be enough. It looks rough. But just hitting the Galio 2, that's probably the best chance that Soju and Prestivan have.
Trying to get there on the rolls. Not finding it. Doesn't get
happening.
there. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's been anything meaningful that has been added here that is going to cause Soju to randomly win now. We're just gonna watch these shrouds, but I think there was a good shroud the last time they fought as well, and it did not matter. It's just eyes on the Zeri positioning, the positioning away from the TK, but the TK is immediately onto the Zeri and eats her. That's gonna be pretty much just curtains immediately. Yep, the Zeri's gone. That's all the damage. That's you need. Taking that Mercenaries, running it back, keeping this series very close between these two teams going into a game 5. It's all we could ask for. This is going to be neck and neck.
Yeah, what was that? 1-5-7-8 for EU. They get that bounty even though they got less points this game, so still a super close series, and you need playing the Mercenaries, even getting it in on 2-5, taking the Mercenary heart just to gamble on getting that Mercs in, and that's a trait that hasn't been getting firsts necessarily all weekend, but you need playing it to that first stat game, playing around Omega capping out his board, even though he was down a Prismatic Combat Augment, having to take High Roller and taking those loaded dice stirred, he still found the Silco 2 off it. That's enough to get him to level 9, get him to the point where he has 8 Bruiser, Sinspat, Tahm Kench 2, really cap out his board, really cap out his board around items with Tahm Kench jumping into the backline, eating some of the weaker targets. He's going to be printing those item components you need, able to get to that point where he hit the crazy high capped board to get him a first off Mercenaries.
Look, and as much as I have been having, NA bias all weekend and not afraid to admit it, I am so happy that this ended up with a very, very close match between the two. We'll get to the scores in a bit. We're going to go to the lobby winner first to take a look at Unide's composition, but I imagine getting this first place with the 8 Bruiser Victor carry, also Renata carry in there as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to see these scores neck and neck.
Yeah, as much as I also have my NA bias, because, yeah, I'm really happy to see some good TFT too. This is pretty close, a little bit less close with a 4-point lead, but that's super doable for EU to bring it back, make this super interesting, get a comeback win. At the end of the day, I just want to see some good TFT more than anything. Yeah, I want NA to win, I want good TFT more, and I have not been disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we all win, is when there's good TFT, but I win more if NA wins, and I get to make fun of Panda if we do. So I'm going to take my 4-point lead to the bank right now, and we'll see if EU can bring it back in that game number 5. But Mortdog Madness has been amazing. It has been so much fun. I love to get to do these different formats, the stuff that's non-standard. I love the team format. It has been so great. But what are some of your final thoughts? As this is our last game at Mortdog Madness, we're gonna give it back to Mort and Panda for the final.
Yeah, it's a great weekend of games. Always a pleasure to be on the cast. Always a pleasure to be casting next to the other NB on the desk. So, great games. I had a blast. Game 5 is going to be a blast. Let's see who takes it.
GG's. That's it for me and Riley here at Mortdog Madness, but thank you for watching our casting, and please stick around for the final game, the culmination of it all on Mortdog Madness. Mort and Panda are going to be taking that finale to see if NA or EU will come out on top. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to Mortdog Madness Neon Knights. I am ImpetuousPanda. I'm joined by the one and only Mortdog, and we are finally at, well, the last game of this tournament, the game that decides everything. And we couldn't really have asked for a better situation. You know, NA only 4 points ahead. PP God just slightly ahead of Aegis Gang going into this game 5. Mortdog, we asked for a comeback, and we got it from NA.
Yeah, it was crazy. When we left, it was like, what, EU was up like 15 points or something, and now we come back and NA is up 4 points. So this is very, very close. It is very difficult to get some points. You've got to really sort of dominate your opponents. But it seems like that's what we've been seeing. Every lobby, it's like we have to point out, like, oh, look, NA is 5, 6, 7, 8 right now, or EU is now 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's also been interesting with the bounty systems. I haven't been fully keeping track of like how many firsts are in each pocket, but that's also really interesting. And so 4 points in, this is going to be hype. I'm glad it's hype. I'm glad it's not a steamroll, you know, because blowouts are never fun. I think close games are going to be really fun, so it's going to be really interesting.
Really cool how the Game 3 kind of mirrored Game 2 with NA coming way out ahead of EU. Game 4... a situation where we've seen it so many times already in this weekend. The EU players all bottom 4, and already going to stage 4, stage 5, you knew that they were going to be killing each other. They wouldn't be able to get a good placement. But Ketzer, you know, the O-Cage business with Unid allowing him to cash out, and then Unid taking that cash out all the way to first. So really cool storyline there. And I think it's been one of the first Merc games that we see a player cash out and then just have a position where it's dominating. You see them playing out and you say, okay, they're probably going to get first this game.
Yeah, I think that definitely goes as like play of the game, you know, possibly teamwork play of the tournament. Because you saw that board that was really weak. That was like the easiest cash out I think we've seen. And that allowed him to spike up. The Tahm Kench too, I think, was also the big thing. Like everyone was focused on the Renata and the Victor. And yeah, they did some work. But the Tahm Kench assassin jumping in the back and just biting those key carries. We saw it just delete Dravens, Jins, and producing all those items as well. Tahm Kench, I think, was really the star of that composition. And then 8 Bruiser just giving so much ridiculous health. All of that combined, you saw like poor Goobum's Kaisa trying to output a ton of damage, and the Bruisers are just like, thanks for the tickle, you know. So that was a really cool composition, and definitely probably one of the highest cap versions of the Renata Bruiser comp you'll ever see.
And if we had an Assassin Emblem bingo sheet, I mean, pretty much every unit is crossed out at this point. Yeah. We have TK now, we had Cho'Gath, we had Aurelia, we had Orianna even the game before this.
Yep.
I think we're only missing Galio. I'm not sure if the script is written that far in, but hopefully Game 5, we see an Assassin Galio as well in the mix.
Yeah, I feel like Assassin Alistar maybe, jump in the back, get some Mad Cow going on.
Maybe
perhaps.
both, maybe both.
Oh yeah, full Assassin Colossus. There we go. We can get like 3 Assassin emblems like Sox got the Debonair emblems, and we can just do something like that. That'd be pretty fun. But yeah, and again, I think that's what this patch has really brought to the table, is with all these extra emblems, you're seeing a lot of unique combinations that you've never seen before. And beforehand, it was like spatulas were kind of rare. You were giving up an item to really get those, to cap those out. But now, with all the emblems sort of being, you know, there's a lot of them with the tomes, the eggs, stuff like that. That just, we see stuff we've never seen before, and I think that's a great way to end Neon Knights.
Going into the last game, Mortdog, is there any comp that you just haven't seen enough of, you thought you would see more of going to the last day? Is there any comp that has kind of not really shown up that might show up in this game that you've been missing?
I don't think there's any, like, other than the enchanters, which we've seen, but it just hasn't been performing. I think there's a few rare ones. I wouldn't expect to see them, but like 5 Enforcer, if you get like a True Justice start, maybe something like that could be pretty crazy. But yeah, 3 Colossus I think is the other big one. So
we're now finally ready to go into Game 5, the final game of Mortdog Madness Neon Knights. The final game that will decide which region is superior in a very serious, not for fun tournament like this one. And it's so close. PP God just barely inching ahead, 4 points over this French team coming into the last game. And really, it's open wide for any of these teams to take it.
Yep, we're definitely getting one of the bigger egg starts here. So we're not going to see those early tomes. It is a Voracious Appetite mutant, though. We haven't seen a lot of this tournament. It did get nerfed, but it's still very good.
That's what I was hoping your answer would be when I asked you what you were missing for today, to set up for the script here with Voracious Appetite as the mutant trait. But it came anyway, despite it not being your answer. And we're going to see. This is going to really warp the game to, another level even with players contesting each other. The team element of, is it so strong that everyone goes for it, regardless of what your teammates are going for, or is it maybe one player on each of the teams really hard forcing and other players trying to go other routes?
Yeah, I think the augments is also going to play a big deal, right? Because if anyone gets, that's a Blitz 2.
What was
okay.
that?
Okay, congrats on your Blitz 2 there, Unid.
This is like the, hitting the jackpot. You have all 3 blitzes lined up and you hit the 2-star right away. Future Sight, Striker Crest, Trade Sector, the options for Unid. Future Sight has been very interesting in this tournament, especially knowing exactly who you're going to face. Passing that information along to your teammates as well gives that informational advantage to one of the teams.
Yeah, none of these are particularly bad right now, although Future Sight really not as good in the early game. But I agree, in this 4v4 format, it adds such an extra value. And if Unid really wanted to be a jerk here, he has a Blitzcrank Zephyr at 2-1. He could totally just do the Blitzcrank Zephyr position in the corner, always grab the carry he's looking for, and really just kind of have fun with that. So I think that'll make players struggle a bit. But also, like you said, just the knowledge of, okay, you're definitely not facing this person. That's a lot of knowledge to pass in a 4v4.
Talon also in the shop. He has a decent start. Blitz 2 is, of course, one of the core units of the Talon reroll comp. Definitely not me trying to be biased and hoping that Unid ends up playing this comp here, taking the mantle from Riley going into this game 5. But I'm wondering what other players are going to pick as well. Here's a quick information for viewers. Dragon Egg will be hatching at stage 4-7, so pretty much where the late game really starts off after the stage 4 carousel and after everyone goes level 8 and rolls down to stabilize.
Yeah, we're getting a look at some of the augments on the side. We'll bring those up later, but some big ones to call out. Precedent got Junkyard, which will lead to a very high potential cap, and Soju got Rich Get Richer. So yeah, we see Precedent here with the Junkyard, but Rich Get Richer allowing for that big economic advantage, and then Magarki got Metabolic Accelerator. So those are some comps that I think we're going to see another one of those games that has a very high capped late game, especially with the egg being the one that hatches at 4-7. Most of the players reach 4-7, so I think we'll see all the eggs hatch, and so expect some pretty crazy boards in the end game here.
Still, the Blitz seems to be enough here. Ziggs, can he do it all by himself? It's stage 2, it's where he still shines, but not even a 2-1 Ziggs. My poor boy, not able to do it. Ezreal takes the win there, and it is a bit awkward. I mean, you have only 2 Yordles here for Unid. You had the Blitz 2, which maybe indicates the chance for a win streak, but playing Yordles alongside it maybe not ideal. And look at the gold here for Soju, so, over 30 gold.
Yeah, we have to call out, he took Rich Get Richer and then got a 2-item start, which meant he got an extra 5 to 6 gold. So he's already at 32 gold. He could hit 40 here. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised he's not hitting 40. We'll have to see if that's what he does here. But yeah, sell the Leona, put the Darius in, and hit 40 might have been the crazy play here.
Maybe with the brand VIP hoping to have a very stable mid game while also having very good econ and trying to maybe not overdo it one way or another. But only one brand, no pairs. Maybe, yeah, I think I would agree with you. I am a quite greedy player when it comes to econ, so I think I would have definitely tried to go for 40.
Yeah, gets a really lucky opponent, by the way, here with Setzer, who is level 4, but does have 3 Yordles, and so kind of building up the economy. We're seeing a very greedy start kind of across the board here. This is not an aggressive lobby. This is... Again, I think we're going to see a lot of players at pretty high health totals and pretty high gold totals, and we're going to see some really capped boards here, so this might be a really crazy finale.
And talking about capped boards, Mercenary for Goobums, a player that likes playing greedy oh so much, likes going for that fast 9, likes playing for the the legendary boards with, well, Kai'Sa as a carry. And Kai'Sa especially because, reminder for viewers at home, this is going to be a Dark Star, a Voracious Appetite mutant game, so that can definitely maybe bring a lot of players into that direction, at least going into the late game.
So this is where I think we're going to see some really skilled play here. I have a feeling if EU's on top of their game here, they're going to realize that Goobum has the Mercenary and he's going to be trying to get these big pockets, and I think we could see some boards get cleared right at 2-6 to try to force an early cash out on Goobums. Ooh. I think, again, knowing that the rest of the lobby is playing this very greedy style with this Rich Get Richer, the Metabolic Accelerator, I feel like, and remember, they also have the Future Sight, so I think they could use that information to try to get Goobums to cash out early, and that could be a really high skill cap moment here.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but that would be actually like really big. I'm almost sad that you said it if it does end up happening, so we don't have the surprise element almost. But that would, yeah, that would definitely be very, very interesting.
Well, sorry, I ruined the surprise.
You're too big brain, Mortdog. Please keep it at a at a lower level for us.
Nice. Yeah, like I said, I think it's going to be the right play here because, yeah, in
think
fact,
it did
actually,
happen, no?
someone pointed out, I think
Goobum's-
Goobum's already won.
So exactly as you mentioned, I mean, we don't want to make the script that obvious, Mortdog, but clearly you are. We had the NA comeback already. We made it so that they had a 4-point lead, so just to make sure it was a bit subtle. But here you are, spoiling the exactly what's going to happen 10 seconds later. And yeah, really big brain play. This goes to show how well EU is playing as a team.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, didn't mean to spoil the entire thing and how EU's going to come back by 1 point at the end, but
yeah,
we'll
keep
see.
going.
But yeah, so now that we know that there's that cash out, we know the potential for a max isn't quite as high. Now that being said, last game we did see it was Mercs that went in at 2-5 and still ended up being the pretty big cash out here. So still definitely potential and something you're going to want to keep an eye on to make sure Goobums' chest never gets too big. But again, this lobby is such a unique shape right now because everyone is playing so greedy.
Fox taking his first loss here was close to that, 4, maybe 5 win streak going into Krugs, but now has lost after 3 win streaks, facing off against Prestivan. Both players looking to be very, very strong after this stage 2. And there's a bit of an upgrade for Prestivan as well, so he's going to get even stronger, going to have that extra help to guarantee the 5 win streak going into Krugs.
Yeah, getting the Ezreal too, it always feels like such a big power spike in the early game. Ezreal does a lot of damage, can actually carry you all the way to stage 4 before he really falls off, especially if you can get something like a Hurricane. IE is another very good item. Already has the 4 Innovator, 3 Scrap, is going to be generating those extra components via Scrapyard. Scrapyard definitely a little less powerful than it was back at the start of the mid-set, after getting that extra turn nerf, but still very strong here. Fully expect him to win this fight. This fight shouldn't even be close. And so being level 5, 20 gold, up components and generating from Junkyard, Prestivan is in a very comfy position right now.
If we're looking at a greedy lobby, then Junkyard is going to find its value later into the game. If the lobby has very high tempo, if players are playing, reroll or playing just overall a very fast pace, Junkyard, might have more problems getting to the point where it gets that really good value. But in this case, I think we've been talking about it, we've been seeing it as well with the boards and the direction. It seems like a very greedy game overall, and that definitely benefits the player with Junkyard.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, we're looking at the lobby, and it's pretty even all around. We've got 2 NA in the top, 2 NA in the bottom, likewise 2 EU on each. But again, remember, it's a 4-point difference right now. NA does have a 4-point lead, so EU has to outperform by just 4 points, which isn't a ton, but just, again, it can't be, if this is a close lobby and close to tied, that's not going to be enough. They're going to need something a little stronger here. And Prestivan having this really good start. Now, again, the tome's not going to come till later, so we're not going to see a big, 5 Innovator or 7 Innovator spike until later. But looking at the health totals, the lowest in the lobby right now is only at 74. Not too worried about everyone being able to hit their egg and be in a good spot. So,
And talking about 5 Innovator, even the 4 Scrap would be a big upgrade as well, with 3 Scrap currently in. Kind of the awkward integers now with 4 Innovator and 3 Scrap. I'm sure if there might be viewers in Prestivan's chat, definitely mentioning it, that he has to change his things around. And we're seeing it here. The 4 Scrap does finally come in with the Ziggs coming in all by himself to get these extra shields and, of course, the extra items as well with, all 3 components on the Blitz, the Echo, and the Ezreal as well.
yeah, the bow on Ezreal especially is such a good one. There's so many different good things you can roll here. Gets the Hurricane, which in my opinion is the best here, as the Hurricane does a lot of AD damage, but kind of gets countered and gets pulled because of the Blitzcrank and the Zephyr. So does lose his Ezreal, but despite that, the fact that he was level 6, up an extra unit, might be okay here. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be enough. So thankfully just so much stronger at the moment that gets the win anyway, despite the Ezreal being grabbed. The Ashe going to do their best, get one more kill, but still losing, and that shows the power of leveling up here. Unid having that future sight, I think, positioning was really good there, but I wonder, could have leveled or something like that. But that just shows to show how much gold Prestivan has from that early win streak.
And, the thing with Unid is that just the fact that this future sight interaction exists requires so much more mental energy from every single player that might face him in this lobby. Usually players at a very high level, they have these kind of default ideas about positioning. If I place it, second from the corner, it's going to be fine the whole game. It dodges blitzcranks. But all of a sudden you have a variable that changes that, and that causes a lot more mental energy that might be, saved for, other kind of stuff that you're thinking about in the game. So definitely going to be a very taxing game for all of the NA players.
Yeah, if you look at this, like if you're Potty Bull, right, you saw the 3 champions in your pool, and if your buddy who's got the future sight says, hey, I'm facing this person, you can eliminate one of the players out of your pool and make it easier to position around. And again, at this point in the game, it's a small advantage, but as we start hitting that end game, where it's like there's only 6 players left, it can become a massive advantage. Now, right now, we do have to point out that, again, NA 4-point lead right now, Potty Bull in 8th, and EU really doesn't want an 8th place if they're trying to get those 4 points back. You can maybe afford a 7th or a 6th, but that 8th place is just so few points right now. You really want to try to avoid those. Picking up the portable forge here, item-wise, you've already kind of built into the AP tree, so Monazane looks like an okay choice. Does end up going with that, but it's going to require hitting kind of a late-game carry, and Potty Bull right now kind of in a weak spot here. If there's anyone I'd be worried about not hitting the egg right now, it's kind of Potty Bull here. Has a brand 1 with these items. Not really a good use of them, so we'll see.
Maybe able to upgrade into, maybe an Ari in a little while, but for now, just 4 Arcanists, 3 Yordles. Good econ, that is true. The loss streak does get you the extra gold as well, but like you mentioned, 52 HP is a dangerous place to be halfway through stage 3. Quick reminder for viewers, mutant trait is Voracious Appetite. We saw some, small signs of players kind of preparing for that angle. We saw Ketzer had a few mutants on the bench and had, the Rage Blade and the Hand of Justice built that could go onto the Kaisa. So we'll see what players end up finding a way to get into mutant, because it is going to be one of the higher cap boards in this lobby specifically.
I really like Sox's build, by the way. He's got the Innovator Heart, which is a nerfed augment now. It went to tier 2, but still very powerful, especially knowing the Tome could give you another Innovator emblem. But that Caitlyn build in particular, using the Shojin to get rapid Caitlyn ults, and then the Caitlyn ult is going to hit for about 1400 damage, which then heals the Caitlyn and an ally with the Gunblade. That is a really cool build. Getting a chance to look at the augments, not a lot of uniqueness going on here. Magarki and Unid having the weak spot. Potty Bull and Ketzer with the portable forge. Sox is really the standout here with the Innovator Heart. Soju with the component grab bag. Goobums and Precedent with Celestial Blessing. A lot of duplicate augments this game.
We almost had the perfect 2-2-2 split, but instead, Innovator Heart and Component Grab Bag is, the last one that broke that chain. But yeah, Potty Bull continues to lose here, 42 HP, in a risky position, has to find a way to stabilize. Another risky position is going to be Goobums. He is playing Mercs. He did cash out early in stage 2, kept the Mercs in, has 4 Sniper now with a fully itemized MF. 3 Enforcer now also an option here for him.
Yeah, this is definitely not like a super strong board. He has a lot of money though, playing the Mercs, being level 7, 50 gold, but he's also running the 1-star special. Nothing in his team is upgraded, so kind of expecting him to take a lot of damage. Does have 4 Sniper, which is, he can blow up some stuff pretty quickly, but any counter burst is just going to melt him very fast.
You'll see now Jin with the Runans, if he's able to pop off him. We're seeing now Ketzer. Ketzer's the player that still has, as we're seeing the bench there, a good indication of attempting to go for mutants. Has the Battle Mage, has Temple Cassidans, has the Malzahar, and has a Rek'Sai already waiting. And we saw in World, it happened a few times, those early Kaisas that came out of nowhere on level 7 is maybe what Ketzer's hoping for here.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because typically in a Voracious Appetite lobby, you might see a couple Zerots already slammed or something like that, but no one's really tipping their hand. We don't see any Zerots across the lobby from what I've seen. Like you said, there are a few people holding on to those mutants just in case, but there doesn't seem to quite be the same push towards it that we saw at Worlds.
There might be kind of this fear of, hey, if everyone goes for it, I'm going to get contested. I might go 8th or 7th and kind of throw away a game that instead I could play maybe safer, play a bit more balanced, and just go for a more usual comp instead. So there's a lot to think about. This is, of course, a do or die moment for all 8 of these players, and there's a lot of pressure involved with every single decision they're making all throughout this game.
Agree. Yep. So again, we see Precedent did finally take a loss here. Has that Innovator. Got the Seraphine early, which is really good, powers him up a bit, and is getting those scrap components, which feels nice. The Ezreal just pumping out the damage here, and so dealing a bunch of damage to his ally Goobums. And so we have to look at the bottom of the standings right now. Soju in 8th place.
Where did he
now.
come from?
Yeah, kind of on a free fall this stage. We'll see where he's at. But otherwise, Potable and Unid are also in that bot 4, Goobums and Soju. Soju just hitting the Misfortune 2. So yeah. Looking at the augments, looks like there's one small correction. Magarki has Exiles as opposed to Weak Spot. So Exiles can be a pretty good one here, especially if you 3-star, since Exiles is based off percent health. So if you get a very high health champion, that can be a very massive shield, which can be really good. But otherwise, yeah. And I like this setup, by the way, from Ketzer. Using the Ornn artifact here to give his team a bunch of armor and MR, making them very durable. And then using the Battle Mage, actually, to give the Corki and the Lucian that AP. This is the kind of comp we see that could even get to 9 with a lot of the power based on the lobby. But again, we've seen kind of an acceleration at this point with, you know, Soju all the way down in 39 for what was basically a very greedy lobby. I think it just comes down to how much gold was Soju able to get with that, you know, rich get richer start that he had.
This is a very interesting build from Ketzer as well. This is not the usual way you play Twin Shot. It's not the usual way you play Yordles either. It's kind of a mix and match of different things. Obviously, he's still trying to keep the door open for the Voracious Appetite 5 or 7 mutant angle later on into the game. And as you mentioned, I do think he is going to be strong enough, despite not being the, you know, cookie cutter comp that you run with Lucian and with Corki at this point in the game. It still seems to be very strong, and Lucian and Corki are some of the best, you know, damage carries in stage 3 and 4 for their cost especially.
Yeah, Twin Shot with that bonus AD and those bonus attacks, the Lucian can just pump out the damage. And again, having the extra armor and MR with the AP just makes them kind of a big ball of stats that can output a lot here. We get a look at Soju's board here, and here is the Soju special Fast 8 4-2 with a bunch of gold. It's really going to come down to, can he hit this Jin 2? Does hit the Orianna, which is good. The Jin kind of carrying his entire item load right now, though. Hasn't really hit a Jin and is starting to run out of gold. He only had 20 here, so to be honest, it's kind of expected. But I don't know that his board really got that much stronger here.
I don't think it did. Finds the Morgana to slot in for the Syndicate, for the Enchanter as well. So at least the traits are covered there with that unit coming in. But as you mentioned, the main damage carry, the fully itemized unit, is going to be Jin, and it's currently only 1 star. And everyone knows Jin at 1 star usually disappoints coming into stage 4.
Yeah, it can definitely disappoint, but at the same time, it does unload a lot, and these are very good Jin items with the Force Sniper to kind of accelerate it here. And we have not seen a lot of Assassins in the lobby, so I think this is the one thing that gives Soju a bit of hope. I would expect it to fall off by about stage 5, though, as everyone else starts to 2-star their forecasts. And again, Soju rolled down all his gold, so finding that Jin at this point is going to be pretty difficult. Does hit the Kaisa, which might be good if he was preparing for it, but reality, he doesn't have the items to support a Kaisa or a Voracious Appetite build, so I don't think that's what we're going to see. Instead, deciding to put in the Seraphine here, which is fine. We're seeing kind of the 2-2-2 build, but again, without that Jin 2, it's just not really that impressive.
Yeah, I think as soon as I saw the Seraphine 2, I think he had to go down from Force Sniper just to slot her in, because she is going to be extremely useful now for stage 4 at least. It is a big power spike, but not the one he wanted. That's the biggest thing. The game's giving him a different direction than what he hoped for, and that might be trouble, you know, for him to stay stable and not really die going into stage 5.
Agreed. Looking at the sideboard, by the way, we saw Goobums hit a Zeri 2 at 4-3, so that is a very early Zeri 2. And then again, standing-wise, Goobums lost with the Zeri 2? Alright, I'm very curious what's going on there. But otherwise, Magarki taking a ton of damage here, has the Exiles and the Metabolic Accelerator, but ends up losing that fight. Ooh, we got a 3 Spatula one. So if you're trying to go Mutants, by the way, getting that Mutant Emblem via the Spatula could be a pretty big spike. No one chasing it quite yet, though. The stage 4 carousel spatulas are always the hardest to get into because you also need the component to go with it. And right now we're seeing everyone kind of avoid it here to the point where the spatulas may have caused a pause. I don't know, but yeah, it's looking pretty tight all around. And I think I said Goobums with that Zeri 2 at 4-3, but then losing. Very curious what's going on there.
We saw both Ketzer and Magarki seem to have a mutant angle, so they're both maybe contesting each other, but maybe it's going to be fine as long as they can hit their Kaisas early and have the right itemization with ZZ Rot portals, as we mentioned, and just more importantly, the more defensive items on Kaisa are the ones that matter the most. Stalling for her to really scale up with her ability with a Monsoon, things like Edge of Night are going to be super important as well. But looking at the projection, not the current HP totals and the standings, but more the projection of where these players can go, I think Goobums with Zeri 2 should be able to do very well for Stage 5. We saw Prestivant has been leading the whole lobby. I think he's just very, very strong, with Junkyard especially going to the late game. And Ketzer as well has been win streaking, was at 70 HP a little while ago, and had a good angle for the Voracious Appetite angle. But is there anything else more that you want to, kind of go off of on some of the comps these players are playing?
Yeah, I think Prestivant, it's really going to come down to, can he get the Innovator emblem out of his egg? Especially because Junkyard's good and all, but right now he's still running the Ezreal carry. He's got good items. It could become a Jace carry. It could become a Jhin carry. This is why we've seen Innovator be so strong, is because it's flexed into many carries. But we need to see which carry he can transition into. We know Jhin right now is very contested in this lobby. A lot of the Jhin's already getting picked up. So I think that's going to be a harder angle, even though that's probably the most popular one because it lets you run sort of that clockwork in there as well. So that's the thing that kind of worries me about Preston, but I think he still has the highest potential. Another one is Sox, who has that Innovator Heart. So again, we see another angle for a dragon there possibly, but now we're talking about the 2 NA players contesting each other a bit. And then we have the Voracious Appetite mutants. If they can get those online for EU, I think that'll be powerful. But the thing to note here is that the dragon is one of the better counters to Voracious Appetite, as that dragon AoE fear can buy you the time you need to take down that Kaisa. And so if the dragons can come online, that maybe beats the Kaisa. The other thing is that for the Kaisa to really shine, you need those Edge of Nights, and we haven't seen a ton of Edge of Nights being built right now. So again, if I had to gamble right now, it's looking pretty good for NA with those Innovator comps, but again, it really just depends on how quickly maybe EU can find those Kaisas or spike something else.
I think the early game was definitely in favor for NA. I think just the stage 2, stage 3, it looked pretty good, despite the really good play from you need to cash out Goobums early, and now Goobums, sitting at 8th place, maybe because of this, not able to breed as much as he would have liked to, or have, as big a cash out as he needed to stay, healthy and especially strong and with good projection for the late game. But yeah, I think I agree with you. NA started strong. Now EU seems to be coming back into it. Might have better projection in terms of late game boards, but they have to get to that point. They have to get to that point without dying in the process. And that's really the trickiest part about playing those high cap boards in TFT. We're coming back into game 5. Quick reminder for viewers at home. NA 4 points ahead of EU as, the team counter comes into this game 5. And we're pretty much halfway through, maybe a bit more, into the final game of Mortdog Madness Neon Knights.
Yep. Now it's going to come down to, what's the final augment? What do we see that turn into? Pretty likely to be gold. It might be prismatic here. And then again, we also have the egg hatching right at 4-7. So that's going to be another big spike. Now, yeah, we look at Magarki's board here. Look at those items on this Malzahar. That is a Kaisa, right? Like, that is a Kaisa ready to be powered up and good to go if they can get that going. But again, we talk about, there's the Zerat portal also. So yeah, if Magarki can find the Kaisa, they'll be in a very good position. But they're at 37 health. They don't have a ton of time to find it. I don't think they're going to be able to go to 9 and greed that out. So we'll have to see if they can go. And Malzahar 2 just does not cut it at this point. The damage just is too slow, even by the time the Voracious spikes up. Might be able to win this round against Unid. Unid's board's still looking pretty weak with that Ashe carry. And now we're seeing, again, the Voracious is stacked up here. The Dot's doing good. But yeah, even that's not quite enough here. And so Magarki going to take the loss.
At the very least, not a huge loss. That is the the silver lining here for Magarki.
Oh, prismatic.
Oof, it couldn't be any other way. Gold, prismatic will be the augments for this game 5. Battle Mage, Disintegrator, Band of Thieves. What do you think might be the best choice, considering we know exactly what direction Magarki is hoping to go for? Yeah,
because of the direction he's going in, I actually think it's Band of Thieves here. I think Band of Thieves allows you to possibly get some extra Zerats, some good items on the tanks, buy some extra time, maybe get some Shrouds, things like that. I think that's just kind of the best option he had. Battle Mage, as we see, the Socialite spot isn't in a position where Kaisa can truly take advantage of it, and it's going to be hard to utilize with the Exiles. So that kind of put him in a bad situation there. So definitely ends up going with Band of Thieves, which again, when you're taking Band of Thieves, you're usually looking at that going, this wasn't an ideal prismatic. I could have gotten better, unfortunately. But it's also not the worst. Again, I think there's going to be some times where we're going to look at these Thieves Gloves rolls, and they may win him a few fights.
Magarky needs to win this fight. He's at 30 HP. He wants to greed, it looks like, for a level 9 possibly, to then roll for a Kai'Sa with better odds. Gonna play up against Preston. Has the Zephyr onto the main damage carry on the Malzahar. Already a big deal. Kha'Zix also going to be a danger to Malzahar, jumping around, taking down the Rek'Sai here in the process. Malzahar still alive, takes down the Kha'Zix. Yes, it does. Might be fine for Magarky here. The Seraphine goes down, the Draven goes down, and the HP leader gets taken down with Magarky and buys him the extra time that Magarky needed.
I'm actually a little shocked Magarky won that fight. Precedent had shared the spotlight, had some good positioning, should have been in a pretty good spot there, but ended up not being able to take it here. And so now we're going to get to see the egg crack. You're starting to see some of the Radiant items people are getting, some of the tomes people are getting here. Goobum's getting the sniper emblem. That is a lot of sniper emblems here. So should be pretty powerful to go 6 sniper. Ends up taking the Debonair though. Interesting. Hopefully can use that to maybe find... It's not a VIP's area, unfortunately, so can't really power that up. We're also getting a look at our augments. Again, Soju and Goobum's both running sniper, kind of contesting each other a little bit. Magarky and Pottybull, unfortunately, getting those Thieves Gloves. Uneed taking Galio. Golden Ticket at 4-6, though. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, we'll have to see if that pays off for Uneed.
The rolls here are so big for Goobums. Has so many pairs that would really spike him. The 2 Broms, the Vi, now the Bruiser's being taken out, the Brom coming in.
Oh,
Galio
the Galio
found at level 8 with a sniper emblem. It looks like we misread the script, Mortdog. It wasn't Assassin Galio, it was actually just Sniper Galio.
Sniper Galio is a fascinating choice because he jumps in and does damage. We'll have to see what item slams. You know, he didn't reforge. We're seeing some of the items get added later. We have a Radiant Morello and a Sunfire on this Galio. This feels like Goobum's got a little dizzy here from the egg. Thankfully, it's still a Galio 2 and a Zeri 2, and so it's still going to win him the fight up against the Golden Ticket of Uneed, but I can't say I agree with that itemization here.
But I mean, Galio 2 is a Galio 2, as you mentioned, especially on level 8, just at, 5-1 is very early on, finds the Vi 2. It's actually Magarky here finding the Vi 2. Gonna swap the items. No, has the Vi there as well. And now goes 9, has just a few rolls here, has to find the Kai'Sa if he wants to play for this Darkstar with the Kai'Sa being the main carry. And it seems like he's not going to hit just yet. Has a Cho'Gath waiting on the bench, has a few Zillions to possibly sell to try and get a few more rolls.
Yeah, definitely not looking like he's hitting, unfortunately. Still has a little bit of health to work with at least, so shouldn't be too bad. But again, we're starting to look at the standings here, and we're seeing 3 EU players in the bot 4 right now. That is not the position they want to be.
It's going to be very tricky. Goobums just, hit a lot of upgrades, hit a big power spike with the Galio 2. We're seeing it there. Malzahar gets the lead. It's going to be a huge loss, it looks like, for Magarky. And he's in trouble now. 19 HP for him, 17 for Ketzer, even lower, 2 for Ketzer, 8 for Uneed, and 16 for Pottybull. NA currently 1, 2, 3, 4. And EU, they needed a comeback. They were 4 points behind, but right now they're 5, 6, 7th, and 8th in this lobby.
Panda, I'm not sure this is what you were looking for in the results here.
We had to change up with the script. This is not at all what I was hoping for.
This isn't what you signed up for. We do see you need to get the 3-star Senna, so that is a very nice big spike here. We see Ketzer did find the Kai'Sa 1 at least, has the 5 mutant going, has the 2 Zerat portals, but will it be enough with just a Kai'Sa 1? This Kai'Sa 1 could end up getting burst. So we see Precedent back there with the Innovator. Never hit the Dragon, so I feel like this Kai'Sa will be able to output a ton of damage. And if Voracious Appetite is going to be good, it's a fight like this. Here comes the cast. That should wipe the board. Oh, missed the Galio, though. Still going to be enough, though, with those Voracious stacks. Does get the win, and unfortunately, Uneed out already. Pottybull lost as well. I feel like at this point, it's going to take a miracle for EU to come back.
This was not looking good. We saw Precedent there as well, making sure to, in the last game, really, honor his region with a double ice cream cone built on the chase as well, that backline. But this is not looking good at all. You mentioned it, EU could not really even afford an 8th place because they were 4 points behind, because it's only 1 game remaining where you have to make up those 4 points. It's already going to be tricky with Uneed in 8th, but Pottybull at 1 HP, Ketzer at 2 makes things even worse. And unfortunately, I think EU might not have what it takes to come back here in this game 5.
Yeah, again, we talk about strength in the lobby right now. Goobums has that Galio 2, that Zeri 2. Magarki did just hit Kaisa 2. That is big. That should maybe allow Magarki maybe get the bounty as like a nice sort of, sign off if we can get that strong Voracious Appetite Kaisa 2. Potty Bowl, though, you look at this board, this is not a board that's going to do well, right? I mean, it's 4 Scholar, 3 Enchanter. Your front line is still just 2-star champions. It's an Ari, but it's not even a Synaptic Ari. It's just sort of a base Ari. This feels like we might see the end of Potty Bowl right here at this fight.
And it's against Magarki as well, who has a Kaisa too, so unfortunate. It might just be Magarki eliminating Potty Bowl in the process here. The Kaisa Darkstar, one of the just most capped out units in the game in terms of how strong this comp can get with this specific mutant trait active. And we're seeing why here. Kaisa just able to obliterate the entire team. Potty Bowl out, -12 for him, 7th place for the French player. Ketzer still at 2 HP. Soju now maybe trying to race Ketzer to the 6th place, now coming down to 15 HP. And Magarki, the one player we think and we know is going to be very stable now with Kaisa 2.
Yeah, and with Potty Bowl getting the 7th there, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Panda, but I'm pretty sure that's actually the tournament's over. Unfortunately, points-wise, I think you're not going to be able to get that 4, even if you go 1-2 in the lobby. And even that's going to be tough, because that assumes Magarki and Ketzer never face each other. So it's going to be pretty rough here. Sox is board here with the 7 Innovator. 7 Innovator doing very good. But the thing to note here is Galio is immune to the CC of the Dragon. And so that Galio is going to be able to apply that Radiant Morello, do a lot of damage. Sox still wins, might knock out Goobums here. Okay,
I'm gonna go against the idea of EU math. I'm gonna throw math out the window, and I'm gonna say that I still believe somehow, in some reality, something can happen that EU will end up winning this tournament, despite, as you mentioned, Potty Bowl coming out in 7th, and Unity coming out in 8th. Triple item Dragon again. This is the 3rd game in a row. I think we see 3 items for Dragon, isn't it?
Sheesh. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of those. A lot of Prismatics also, so seems a little bit of madness going on here. We still have the bounty on the table, but I do want to point out Magarki lost the last fight, despite having that Kaisa 2. And I think Magarki is EU's biggest hope for that bounty. That being said, Ketzer did win here, so we'll have to see. But Sox's board looking so strong here. I also like the Radiant Blue on the Seraphine. The Seraphine's going to cast very quickly, give that attack speed buff to their team, that extra heal. This is a very powerful 7 Innovator board. And again, we've been talking all weekend about how flex it is. You've got all these different characters. So, yeah.
There was a Kha'Zix 2 option in the shop there with 1 Kha'Zix on the bench, but seems like that wasn't really going to be a viable option. You seem to have already the fully capped Innovator 7 board here. Facing off against Magarki now, Sox has the chance to eliminate this player, but Magarki, of course, is on Kaisa 2. Well itemized, Darkstar lobby, should be able to win this, but as you mentioned, maybe the Radiant items on Seraphine will be enough. Kaisa able to get 1 more cast in. Is it going to be enough, though? Still the Jace alive and dunking on everyone in his path. Kaisa, 1 last ult, is able to win it. Sox gets dropped down to 15 HP. Magarki stays alive. Soju out. Ketzer out. 6, 7, 8 for EU. I think now it's definitely over. At the very least, though, the bounty is on the table.
I mean, at least it wasn't 5, 6, 7, 8, but, 6, 7, 8, that's not really the finish I think EU was looking for. At this point, Magarki, kind of EU's last hope, maybe can at least get that $500 bounty to walk away with just a little bit of extra pocket change. But looking like NA going to win the tournament here. Looking at this board, by the way, 6 Sniper, Zeri 2 with these items. This is a very powerful version of the 6 Sniper. The Zeri is going to unload a ton of damage. The one thing is it's not a VIP Zeri, so it's going to have to stop and cast every once in a while. But otherwise, yeah, you can see kind of just the sheer amount of damage output here.
On the Kaisa might be
Kaisa's going to need to cast. Nope.
Oh, she couldn't cast in time, and now I think that's going to be it. Magarki
that's it.
Takes a huge hit, gets out in 4th. Only NA players remain. Will we see the FF from the remaining players? Will we see them played out? I think maybe Goobums and Prestevent. Considering this is the last fight of this tournament, the last game we're going to be casting here, they're going to let us see, who ends up being the winner.
Yeah, it's the victory lap for sure here. Goobums has a very strong board with that Sniper Zeri, Prestevent. I feel like Goobums has the stronger board here for sure. But that Draven has been unloading a ton of damage. We've seen Dravens doing well all day. So let's see who's going to earn their team that $500 bounty and the victory as NA closes this out.
One more for the bingo sheet. There is an Assassin Braum. We missed the Galio, but I still think there's a possibility for someone to have bingo depending on what their sheet looks like. Goobums versus Prestivan for the final fight. Prestivan streaking coming into it. It's going to be a close one here. Zeri, Galio on both sides. The sniper action on both sides. But it looks like Zeri is going to be the winner here. Well, Galio's still doing his best.
Galio?
Galio's trying his best, Mortdog, okay?
Yeah.
Goobums gets the win there. Still, we're going to have yet another fight going into this. And to be honest, Mortdog, after the first 2 games today, I almost felt bad. I didn't want to flame NA, as I thought EU was so far ahead. And how the tables have turned. NA comes back and gets the full comeback in the last 3 games.
Yeah, definitely a full comeback. And like I said, a few of those 6, 7, 8s, I think there were like 2 of those today, right? So definitely a dominating performance on the back half of this tournament. And interestingly enough, this might take 2 more rounds if Goobums keeps winning by 1 or 2. So this might take a little bit, but yeah, they're enjoying their little victory lap here. But yeah, I love this 6 sniper, by the way. You just see the amount of damage this Zeri can output is so high. You also have that blue buff Jhin doing, getting to start right away and get that cast. Even moves out of the socialite hex here, so.
You're going to see how the fight comes in. The Zephyr comes in on the Jace, fully itemized, so it's going to be, deleting all that damage that would be coming in to the start of this fight. But of course, Zeri is the main damage carry for Goobums. Jace gets taken down. Galio's still alive. Big hit on Prestivan. That's going to be it. Goobums wins the final lobby, but more importantly, NA wins the final tournament. Mortdog Madness Neon Knights is going to stay with NA. And NA, unfortunately for myself as a biased EU caster, is the strongest region in set 6.
Yeah, for sure. I think, Goobums wasn't able to seal the deal at Worlds, but coming out here with the first place, played really well. Like you said, a lot of his stats were really good. A lot of top 3s other than that 1/8 place game, showing that he's kind of been the master of this set, to be honest. And I think a lot of the coaching and stuff he's doing in the chat really showing that Goobums is one of NA's best players and honestly one of the world's best players. So I think that carried them to victory here. And so congratulations to the NA team. I think showing that the performance at Worlds, the performance here, at least for set 6, pretty clear, NA greater than EU.
And things will, of course, be different for set 7. I think different units, just everything is going to be different. So I think there's a chance to hit the reset button and maybe allow EU to come back into it. NA, of course, still hasn't won a world championship, so at least we have that as a small
Got the
part.
one jab,
That's the only way we can defend ourselves. Yep. I'm going to hang on to it, Mortdog. Please let me just have just this one thing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's one set, it's a different set. And I think, if anything, we've seen a lot of the times in the past, that'll just inspire sort of this rivalry to kick it up a notch. And so hopefully we can see EU take it up. But yeah, let's take a look at the lobby winners. I know we just saw it here, but we'll get that graphic up and that'll look really cool. But yeah, good times here, I think.
We got to see the Kaisa pop off as well on stream. We didn't see it all, at least on stream, until this game. So really, I think a very complete tournament. We got to see pretty much everything we were hoping for, except Assassin Galio. We're seeing here PP God able to win the game 5. Goobums able to do it with Prestivan very, very close there as well in second place. And the composition was 6 Sniper, Zeri carry with the Galio 2. Very early on at level 8 was maybe the biggest indicator of Goobums possibly taking all the way and winning the game.
Yeah, we saw in the sidebar when he hit that Zeri 2, it was a 4-3. You'd certainly hope that'd be good. And what way to power up a Zeri than 6 Sniper was able to get that Prismatic, giving him the extra 2 Sniper emblems. That's just so much power. And even running the Galio, getting that extra power with the Slam here. So we get a final look at the standings here, and by 16 points, PP God winning for NA. And then first places, NA got 3 firsts, it looks like, so they get the $1,500 from the bounties there. EU at least walking away with $1,000 in bounties and the $1,000 second place, so still nothing to scoff at. But yeah, I think unfortunately those last 3 games just really not going EU's way and letting NA walk away with the victory here at Mortdog Madness.
Interesting note as well for the French team. Magarky and Ketzer, the 2 players that didn't really show up as much in day 1 in terms of the points accumulated. In this case, the flip happens. Magarky and Ketzer were the stars of the show for this day 2, whereas Unid and Potable didn't really perform maybe to the level they were expecting. And for PP God, very, very close. Prestivan and Soju both at the lead, 2 players that everyone respects so much as the titans of competitive NA, and they're showcasing it here on day 2 where it matters most in the most important tournament of this set. They're the players that are, putting up the 26-point leads for PP God, with Goobum at 23 and Socks also at 23.
Yeah, look at Unid's score, by the way, 18181. So on the one hand, he got his team the 2 bounties, so that was nice. On the other hand, maybe the first or 8th play style, not particularly great here. So
he's learning from Milk from his world performance, clearly, is the idea here for what you need. But it didn't quite work out, as you mentioned. That is true.
Yeah, so pretty cool end, though. And like I said, so many different comps that felt so good to see. Again, 6 Sniper, we saw 8 Bruiser, we saw, the Radiant Morello and Sunfire Galio there at the end was pretty interesting, but also just the team play here. This format continues to be really interesting as like a nice side event, because the way players can like help each other cash out and do stuff like that. So yeah, it was pretty fun overall. And so I gotta say, really happy with the tournament, regardless of results one way or another. If you were a fan, hopefully this was super entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. I had so much fun casting this alongside you, Mortdog, as well. It looks like we are ready for an interview with our winner, but also with our loser. Well, that sounds a bit harsh to say. I'm sorry, Magarki. Goobums and Magarki, welcome. Goobums,
hello.
Congrats on the win. Congrats to your whole team. PP God, you guys played fantastically and had a great NA comeback in these last 3 games. What are your initial just thoughts after this win, after winning the most important tournament in set 6?
Wait, me first?
Yeah, that was to you.
Oh, my bad. I mean, it feels good. It definitely feels good. Because we weren't even going to play. Like, this team wasn't even going to play. Soju was supposed to be the captain. And then he flaked and made me the captain. And then I had to go recruit him back to carry us. So, yeah. So, it feels good.
Magarki, what are your initial thoughts? Not just, in the result here at the end, but just overall with the tournament, with the opportunity to come in and really represent EU and France to a very high level.
Yeah, it was a very nice tournament. I really like this type of 4v4 events, and it was really fun to play. And even if the end result is not what we expected, it was still very fun, and I'm very glad that I was able to be a part of it.
All right, so 2 questions. First one for Goobums. When are you getting out of this prison cell that you're in, apparently, from that background? Because that's all I see when I see that background. And second off, for both of you, were there any moments that this 4v4 team play sort of highlighted and really, like, there were cool plays you were able to make because of the 4v4 that you weren't able to do in, like, a standard solo tournament?
Me first?
Goobums first. Goobums first.
Okay, yeah. When am I getting out of the prison? In, like, 4 months when I move out of here? Because I'm at school right now, which is why. Yeah, it looks like a prison cell. I mean, maybe I'll put up some posters, but probably not. And then for the second question, which was like where how the team play kind of helped out. Oh, I think we did like a lot of cool stuff. Like sometimes it was really important. Like there was this one play in particular where Socks, for example, leveled to 9. Like really, I think he said like he would never level to 9 in this spot, but then he leveled to 9 and killed a need and sent a need 8th, and then Precedent died on the same turn at 7th. So like even stuff like small stuff like that where you just otherwise you would change your playstyle because it's better for the team, even though it's not better for you individually. I think like that's really cool. And I think kind of like on a little bit of a tangent off this is like this is why I'm like really excited for something like Double Up. I think I'm really excited to see what you guys can come up with Double Up, and even maybe like I don't know how long down the future, but if you guys want to do like a 4v4 mode past that, like I'm really excited to see like how TFT can kind of be brought to like a team game in some way.
So Magarki, same question to you then, the team stuff?
I think it was really interesting to play around Mercenaries. Twice today we succeeded in making our teammate cash out, although it was risky because we end up losing like 15 HP the round before. It paid off and Unid got us the first. And also with augment future sight, it was very, very useful to be able to just play around 2 opponents because you knew that the third one was played by your teammate or that you were gonna face your teammate, so both of you can like not roll down and wait 1 turn, green 1 more. So yeah, very interesting new ways to play in this kind of format.
even the last future sight here in this last game where you kind of force the cash out for Goobums early on, I think this adds, so much layers of complexity into the game as well that it really elevates it from just normal TFTs already, very complex, but when you add the 4v4 element, the comms, the working together to get maybe a better goal is really cool to see as well. I want to ask both of you, of course, the main highlight for this tournament is maybe the rivalry between NA and EU. NA did win it this time around, but I do feel like the competition was very, very close all throughout the tournament, day 1 and day 2. Do you guys feel the same going to set 7, going into Worlds, going into China, winning the last 2 World Championships? Do you guys feel EU and NA has what it takes to maybe come out ahead going to set 7? Goobums?
I feel like...
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
no, go
Should
ahead.
I start? Okay,
Go ahead,
sorry.
go ahead.
I feel like we like to meme around like NA versus you, one is better, but the top players are pretty close. I think either our team or their team could have won today. It ended up being them, but it was close up until the last game. So I think it was, it could have gone both ways. And I don't think there is really a better region or one really stronger. And I hope he's gonna say the same and not trash talk me, but
Goobums is getting ready.
I mean, he's making it really hard, but I mean, we all know what I want to say. We sent our meme team. One of our players. Yeah, I mean, honestly, okay, I won't even talk. Honestly, that was. Okay. I mean, okay, you guys all know. You guys all know. But I actually think like all jokes aside, like EU strength, NA strength, like whatever. I actually think I don't know about EU as a whole, but I know for sure like the French scene is doing really, really well. Like it kind of like goes to show when 4 of the top 5 at regionals was from France. I think like you guys, I believe you're French, but I think I watch a lot of French players myself because I speak a little bit of French because I'm Canadian. Not actually like in any real kind of thing, but yeah, I think the French scene is really good. As for EU as a region, yeah, I'm not sold.
We'll see.
And like as for can we beat like China and them? Oh yeah, I think we can. I actually think we can.
That's what I want to hear.
I think China just has like a lot of really good players, but I think at the top it's still pretty.
Well, thank you so much to both of you for this insight, for these thoughts. Congrats once again to you, Goobums, and to your team for putting NA as, the best region in the West, at least, coming into Mortdog Madness Neon Nights. And congrats to you as well, Magarki, for a great show from your team and for having a very cool hat. I have to say, I like it a lot. So definitely hope to see more of that in the future. But thank you so much, guys, for joining us for the interview.
thank you. Goodbye.
Awesome.
That will be it for us, Mortdog, for this tournament. It's been a pleasure casting alongside you. I think, as you mentioned, it was a super cool tournament to see the rivalries, to see the communities kind of, come together and have this very healthy rivalry. I think is always good in terms of elevating both scenes and making the competitive even stronger going into set 7. And also seeing all these units, all these, interesting combinations really highlight set 6 and really put kind of that final exclamation point on this set as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a really fun tournament. Definitely what I was hoping for when we sponsored the Mortdog Madness Neon Nights. But I think with Mortdog Madness out of the way and with Neon Nights coming to an end, I think it would be madness to not talk about Dragonlands a little bit. The upcoming next set. So if you missed the dev drop, we talked about the Treasure Dragon and how it takes place on stage 4-7, right? So the way it works